Good afternoon. Welcome to our Future of Governance conference today. I'm Adriana Lobdă, one of the founding members of Envisia Boards of Elite, the first business school in Romania for board directors. And today I will accompany you throughout the event jointly with Mrs. Andreea Stanciu, ACCA Director Southern Europe. Andrea, if you can say hello.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Adriana, and welcome everyone to this event. Thank you also, Adriana, for Envisia's partnership. It is very, very precious to us as the largest international accountancy body to be able to contribute to such events. It's actually our second edition of the conference. We kept the same topic of future of governance, and we focus on sustainability. And as most of you will probably know, and if you don't, you will find out in today's event, that sustainability is absolutely front and center to ACCA's policy activities and offerings. So it's a subject that we want to promote and support as much as possible. Well, it is actually paramount to everyone's future. And I think the speakers we have brought together here today and the audience that we attracted are among some of the best placed people to drive forward the best possible future for everyone. So thank you, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions in the event.
Thank you as well. So you already mentioned this is our second edition of the Future Governance series of conferences, which we as Envisia are organizing in partnership with ACCA. Thank you again for attending. Our event today will focus mainly on the challenges we all face as organization first, but equally as individuals when navigating these new sustainable ways of living our lives. Well, we have chosen the topic today given its increasing importance and priority on the board agenda, and also given the complexity of information needed to be mastered today by the board directors and the executives. Many of our speakers today, our contributors, will express their views regarding the switch from short-term toward the long-term perspective of crafting or designing our future. And I would say more and more prioritizing community well-being to monetary returns, utilizing or combining technological capabilities with human spirit in our attempt to better manage, in reality, complexities and uncertainties. What we aim, therefore, through this conference will be to expand your perspectives on the challenges and future evolutions or trends in the corporate governance field. This is actually what Envisia Endeavor is about. We will particularly cover sustainability area and how all these matters will impact leaders, their behavior, and overall decision-making process at board level. And here, continuous education and mindset for being up to date, obtaining and using relevant information regarding sustainability metrics will make a difference. We aim to offer valuable insights from very high-level professionals with expertise in public policies, in board practice, corporate governance, regulatory and sustainable growth, but equally to invite practitioners and policymakers to share their research, their findings in the research area, best practices in the field of governance and sustainability. In other words, today we would like to bring into discussion not only the what, and the why, but equally the how, meaning to provide examples on how different reputable organizations, which will be represented here, will have put into practice in a recognized way multiple realities and angles of this concept, so often heard concept of ESG. We trust that this conference will also contribute to the sense of belonging to a professional community that share values and principles regarding such an important yet very scrutinized topic as sustainability. Now, looking to our audience today, including participants, we noted that over 100 participants have logged in, and we noted board directors, we noted authorities representatives, governance practitioners, lots of people from C-suite level, board committees members, CEOs, company secretary, sustainability officers, training officers, and HR professionals. We thank you all for attending today this conference. And a little bit of logistics prior to start the first part. The event will be divided into 3 slots. We'll have at the beginning keynote speeches, and then we will have 2 very interesting debates, 2 panels, which will be individually moderated by Mrs. Gabriela Hărțescu, the Dean of Envisia Business School, and Mrs. Andreea Stanciu. I know, Andreea, that you have some more information at this stage about the panels to tell our participants, and then we will move into the key speeches to start with.
Adriana, thank you very much. I think you have captured perfectly the spirit of the conference and what we want to achieve here. I think the high-level keynote speeches, they will be absolutely paramount to set the scene. And in the panels, we'll have the interactive discussions on sustainability, ESG stewardship, as you said. And also the panel speakers are of very, very varied backgrounds, but all having the experience and the solid ideas of how the best future could look like, and also the knowledge of how we could make it happen. So we have representatives of large corporations, the banks, professional associations, non-government bodies, academia and consultants coming from all walks of life, but all ready to give you a better understanding of where we are and where we want to be on the subject of sustainability leadership and ESG stewardship. So I think we'll find out more in the opening of the conference. Thanks to our speakers as well on my behalf. And I'm looking forward to the discussions as well.
Thank you. So then let's start inviting our keynote speakers. So I will start now with Professor Ciocana, and I will say a few words to his introduction. So Professor Adrian Ciocana is a professor in the field of energy and sustainable development and resource management with a reputable university in Bucharest, Politehnica. We all know this prestigious organization. He was elected as member of Renewable Energy Commission from the Technical Sciences section of the Romanian Academy. And now, because we aimed that we start this discussion from the top level, from the leaders level, we thought to start with the representative of government. And today, Mr. Ciocana will also put his hat as the former state secretary, head of European Affairs Department, responsible for coordination of Romania accession to the process of EU back in 2007. And since 2022, he was appointed as advisor of the Prime Minister for OECD accession. and Deputy National Coordinator. So, Professor Ciocana, we are looking forward from you to share with us status. What would be a few things about status of Romanian accession to OECD, and how does this will impact the sustainability journey at government level in Romania? We are, let's say, waiting to hear from you. How is Romania seeing this process? I know we were between the pioneers, and we are really looking to you to find out what is the current status and how this OECD will help, will facilitate, will prove that we are on the right way here in Romania. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I hope anybody here on the level. You hear me?
We can hear you with some difficulties, but I think this can be fixed.
There is what I can do working. So, okay now?
I think yes, if you speak a little bit louder, I think I can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your kind invitation. Well, I have the honor to be here in an environment of high-level experts, so in a field that is very dynamic and sensitive. And as you said, I could wear two hats. Well, I like to take my first hat as a professor, because when they invited me, I said, why shouldn't I tell something about these ideas?
Professor Ciocana, just to mention that we are hearing you with some difficulty. Maybe you will speak closer to your microphone, or
yes, I will speak closer and closer.
Well, now okay. It's better. Now it's better.
No, okay. Yeah. So what I wanted to start with is the fact that 20 years ago, I'm sorry to say 20 years ago, the Academy of Economic Studies, the University of Bucharest, with the Department of Ecological Systems, and the University of Polytechnics and Power Engineering, together with universities from Spain, Germany, Hungary, Great Britain, Brussels, and the team Cousteau, if you remember this. We tried to establish a master degree in sustainable development and resource management. So we had long discussion about the differences between sustainability and sustainable development, about resilience in the ecological system, and resilience in the socio-economic system. So we try to understand how we stand, in fact, using the three pillars. I mean, discussing about socio-economical, about the socio-ecological, and the energy technology pillar. So these three pillars are today the same, in fact, but the name are. I mean, I can discuss about governance index related to main challenges, for instance, climate change and resource scarcity. We're discussing about the same 20 years ago. We discussed about technological advancement, discussing then about energy, renewable. So things, unfortunately, are more or less the same, but the words are more or less, I don't know, evolved. But still we go forward. This is my hat of professor, so I have the liberty to say something that I believe in. I mean, what we were dealing with a long time ago. Now I am in the position to take the other hat, is related to the governmental point of view. And I want to share with you the following thing. So in January 2022, Romania was invited to join the OECD. In the middle of 2020, June, we received a kickoff mission from the OECD. And at the end of 2022, we sent to OECD the initial memorandum, which is a document. It's a common procedure for all countries invited to OECD. This initial memorandum is a document for the case of Romania, more or less 800 pages, and it was built on assessing a self-assessment fact of all the pieces of legislation, strategies and policies and practices related to the more than 260 instruments of the OECD. We find these instruments on the site of OECD. And also we can find on the site of OECD the roadmap of Romania. And everybody can see what we are dealing with, what we are trying to do in the main frame. Now, because the devil in detail, but not only, we started to build an institutional framework in order to be able to elaborate this initial memorandum. And the idea is that we should enter in a second stage of session. The first stage was finished on the middle of December 2020. So we entered the second stage of session, and this is comprising in a response of several questionnaires sent by the OECD. And till now, I have some figures. We received more or less 32 questionnaires covering 70 fields, and we answered to 14 of them. Now we have to receive some visits to discuss about the results. And at the final of visits, OECD experts will write a review, and this report will be the subject of discussion of the OECD committee. We will be assessed for accession for 26 committees, where the member states are. We will probably receive some recommendations, and we will deal with the recommendations. I mean, we will be in the position to change some pieces of legislation, to reshape some policies maybe, but especially to be able to enforce some of the practice. So the main idea in this accession, let's say, journey is that OECD will assess Romania by the point of practice, of the implementation, of what we have to do related to the instrument. Now, a short assessment of this initial memorandum says that maybe we will have to change, to adjust, and so on, maybe to draft other pieces of legislation, maybe between 60 and 70, and maybe to enforce more or less between 300 measures.
Professor Ciocănea, we didn't hear you the exact time. You said 6 or 7 months?
No. I said that because of my computer is not very friendly with Zoom.
Now it's okay. You are closer.
Okay. So, yes. Yes. Okay. So in our assessment, we will have to work on between 60 and 70 pieces of legislation.
Okay.
Assessing the
Quite a
in this journey, we cannot say timetable of success. I will say something about this. It's something like this. For instance, we have 70 instruments for the environment, chemicals, waste, and so on. But we are in a good position of the environment. For instance, trade has one single instrument. But on this instrument, probably we will receive maybe 4 or 5 visits. So if you are planning the visit between 3 or 4 months, you can imagine that it's a middle-term journey. So we are working now for the first visit. Next week will be the first visit to Romania for the trade. we will receive a report. The report will be presented in the committee at the UCD. And then I described you the following. Now, I should like to give you an example how we have to treat. And I will take, for instance, waste. Example for waste. There are 80 instruments for waste, and Romania stays very good by the point of view of legislation. Whereas we stay quite good by the point of view of policies and strategies, but we have to implement better a certain piece of legislation related to the so-called spaces for disposal of this kind of waste, solid waste. Now, this is the third pillars of the memorandum: legislation, practice, strategies, and practice. Well, imagine that we will solve these issues and we will fully align as this. So, what is the advantage of being a member? After those three pillars are settled down, we will start to discuss about the circular economy. So OECD is about quality. It's about how to make policies more qualitative, put in the frame of the economy. By the other hand, we have to, and we started already to have some consultations with the private sector. At OECD, there is a very good representation of this private sector in the so-called business at OECD, BIAC, and we have Concordia, a member of BIAC. So for the time being, there were two events, one of the established by the government, and the other last week was at the National Bank, initiated by the sector, as I can say so, private sector. So we already started to discuss about the private sector because, of course, we will discuss with the trade unions also. But the idea is that we need to be together in this journey, especially after we will receive recommendations, because we have to give the image, correct image of the partnership between the government, the private sector in the field of accession. I mean, in collaboration with the committees of the OECD, the services. So,
thank you so much.
I will finish with this.
Yeah.
I will finish with this. We are in a good start on OECD, and we are keen to develop this collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Because there were some let's say technical issues in hearing you extremely well. Let's put it like that. I may rephrase the conclusion you have drawn that we have embarked in this OECD way of accession, which seems not necessarily a short way, but rather in perspective, since you mentioned the journey and the numerous visits which are ahead and waiting for us. And you mentioned that sustainability is on the government agenda with some priority, with a real priority. Actually, those two events you mentioned proved that in order to be, let's say, in order to achieve some results, actually, everybody, all forces should be combined into the same, with the same objective. This is what I captured from your speech, and the examples you have given with the waste. I think it's relevant for us, and we are looking forward to see other pieces of let's say regulation mirroring the principles and the values brought by OECD. Thank you so much, Professor Ciocana. So, Vesi, welcome. We were waiting for you. Now I have the pleasure to introduce you, because you will come with an international perspective. Dear participants, Mrs. Vesi Haralampieva is a Senior Counsel, Associate Director and Governance with EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Actually, she leads the energy sustainability and climate change policy and law reform within EBRD legal department. She led key ESG policy and client initiative in the Central and Eastern Europe region, including the development of ESG guidelines in Warsaw, in Bucharest back in 2022, and Prague 2023 stock exchanges. Vesi, I think there will be quite a lot of minutes if I will keep presenting your achievements. I think what is relevant for us, particularly in light of your insights in your speech, Vesi is one of the originators of EBRD Corporate Climate Governance Facility. And also she is a member of EFRAG, is the body EFRAG External Expert Working Group, is the work currently issuing the European Sustainability Standard, which will be soon implemented by major organizations throughout Europe. So, Vesi, we are looking forward to hear from you priorities regarding sustainable governance on your organization, on EBRD agenda, and possibly an update of the status of current regulatory framework as you have, let's say, encountered during your professional work.
Thank you very much, Adriana, Gabriela. Dear distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to join you today. Apologies for the technical glitch. I had some issues to join earlier. But I think this is a very important event, and I think all the issues that you have raised, and as the professor mentioned, the focus on sustainability governance is, is a current trend, but it's also a challenge for boards. It's a challenge for companies, especially from our region. And I want to talk to you about that. I want to talk about the governance and future of governance, but before that, why and how boards are crucial in driving the transition to a sustainable economy. As a senior counsel at EBRD, I will also talk about what we are doing in order to support our economies of operations, in order to support our clients in integrating the environmental, social, and governance considerations in the existing corporate governance practices, in the risk management framework and decision making. So, as we've heard in recent years, especially I would say over the last 3-4 years, sustainability governance has shifted internationally from a mere buzzword to a centrally embedded strategic item in the board's agendas. So globally, investors and corporate board senior executives have becoming progressively aware that the performance of a business is also very much reliant on the way the company identifies, assesses, manages, and eventually communicates to their broader group of customers, of investors, and to the society, really the ESG factors, the ESG risks, and eventually opportunities. So an increasing number of jurisdictions have started legislative activities around that, about the transparency around ESGs. And there are also, as you very well know, a plethora of international standard setters, international initiatives focusing on asset managers, investors, responsible investors, and all of that. I think the common thread is that they place sustainability at the core of doing business, at the core of financial services regulation, and really very much at the corporate disclosure requirements. So sustainability is, there is no kind of universally agreed definition. It's very much regarded as an approach, or increasingly a strategy for or how to evaluate businesses on this broad range of socially desirable objectives using these non-financial impact indicators. So the ESG is a framework designed to assist investors and businesses in identifying and managing these risks. So really based on, to the extent that it's possible, transparent, consistent, measurable ESG criteria. As a larger objective, integrating sustainability into business practice enables the private sector to play a pivotal role also in accelerating the transition of the society, of the industry towards a more sustainable and net zero economy. But really, what I really want to impart today is that in addition to these broader societal goals, because of the systemic push from policymakers, regulators, from investors, and also from consumers for more transparency, this step of integrating ESG in risk management, in decision making, also is leading to identification. So it's not really done only for the general good, but it's very much more company oriented. It has to lead to identification of new business opportunity. It has to lead and help companies to strengthen the resilience of business and develop a competitive advantage over peer companies. So this is how I can describe this trend, moving from traditional kind of corporate sustainability and how sustainability governance from the top connects these factors that traditionally have been outside the financial focus of the narrow focus on financials of companies to really looking at ESG as an opportunity to increase financial returns, to get a better market position. And ultimately, this leads to this mainstreaming, as we have heard, of ESG as doing business. So we've heard about the OECD framework. I think this is really very important, so I'm not going to repeat it. It's the first step really to integrating the sustainability into these internationally recognized principles of corporate governance. But more from the investor side, I would say the tectonic shift changed with the publication of the framework on the recommendations of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which was set up in 2015 by the Financial Stability Board. So the recommendations were very much focused on material climate-related disclosures. But the whole framework, which really looked at governance, strategy, risk management, metrics, targets, oriented towards disclosure. So transparency of how this organization manages climate risks, but also accountability. And that's why the role of boards is really important. Yeah. So this framework, I would say, and the push towards more transparency of assessing climate risks, what we have seen over the last 5-6 years has inspired, in a way, a number of other voluntary frameworks and national legislation. I'm not going to get into that, but what I wanted to focus is this move from industry-led, more kind of voluntary disclosure practices on climate, which are now integrated as mandatory requirements under the UK legislation, also very much under the, as you mentioned, Adriana, the European sustainability reporting standards that are, of course, much broader. It's ESG, but the whole framework and thinking is in there. So, okay, talking about the EU, I think that move, and of course, what I want to say is that this is, while before it was more led, I would say, more from international organizations, these frameworks, voluntary frameworks, are led by the investors community. Yeah, they're led by large institutional investors. So there've been, as I mentioned, Net Zero Alliance. There've been a number of them, which help in a very, sometimes it's overwhelming, I would say, but they help propel this discussion. So you either are with it, or you are part of this transition and this transformation, or you fall out of it. Yeah, so it's I think there is really no way out.
But if I may ask you in line with what you are just saying, we all noted that at the EU level, it has been a recommendation to slow down a little bit the industry-specific standards, so that the companies will have enough time to absorb the other information, the other requirements generated by general standards. So that to me, well, it has two edges, but the positive one, it will be that it will give some peace to companies to really think, to become authentic, and really implement what they are saying. So not just complying with the standards, but really putting some meaning behind these reports, which will be transparent, as you said, to the entire investors.
I think that's very, very relevant, Adriana, because in addition to this drive that in some jurisdiction is how can I say, more at the front, or is kind of more pressing than others. In addition to this requirement for this transparency and disclosure, we have to understand, especially in the countries in Europe, but also where we operate, there is this huge gap, and that's what in our work that we have seen, traditional gap between the reporting, the information that's available, non-financial factors, and where the European standards are pushing the companies within a very short time frame. Yeah, so this gap, in order to fill in a meaningful way, we have to take it step by step, and you're completely right about it. Yeah, so the European framework, however, the legal frameworks are already put in place. So we have the sustainable financial disclosure regulation, yeah, which is already in place for financial markets and for asset manager financial markets advisors, which also already imposes this disclosure for sustainability related factors. That's already there. The taxonomy is under review, but market already sees where this is all going. Now, CSRD, the one that you are referring to, which is the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is already in place and phased in for different sizes of companies, the requirements for reporting, this mainstream reporting that the legislative framework set out, has to be consistent with these standards. Now, as you rightly pointed out, the Commission has been under increased pressure to slow down. One of the reasons because of the need for companies to catch up and to provide a consistent and meaningful information, not just noise. Because if we are pushing too hard without the data, without the relevant frameworks, without the preparedness on the markets, which realistically that's where we are, that's where our countries are, then we risk derailing the whole exercise. But at the same time, in parallel to the European work, and I would say that it's still very much under discussion. To what extent, when the general standards will go ahead, whether now I think there is a very high level discussions to go on first with climate, or to incorporate a much broader non-climate standards as it is in the drafts that are under consultation. And I believe that eventually there will be, the push for the general standards to keep in the deadline, and there will be more time for the sector-specific industry standards. It was the thinking originally. What I think the Commission's timeline got a little bit, more ambitious, and I think this will eventually take account of the markets. But in parallel to the European standards, of course, we have the IFRS International Sustainability Standards Board that have been tasked to develop the global baseline for sustainability standards. Yeah, so we actually met with them yesterday, and it's interesting between us how quickly also over the last few months They have developed and offered the standards for consultation, of course, more investor-friendly rather than broader impact as it is in the Commission. The deadline for these standards to become publicly available, I think, is 26th of June. Yeah, so these is G20 countries already have pledged, in last year, that this will be the global sustainability standards in these jurisdictions. And it's expected that as of next year, they basically will, in the jurisdictions that opt in, they will become kind of even mandatory for certain companies with the reporting of 2025. Yeah, so for the previous period. So they're different processes, and of course for the European companies, it's also the focus will be on ESRS, on the European standards. But it's important to stay informed and really on the ball of where the ISSB standards are going. Yeah, because for international business, it might be that these are the global baseline, and the European standards will be the extra bit in some of the indicators that are considered material for a particular company. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Vesi. Indeed, there are very challenging times ahead. I'm thinking now, as you said, from a perspective of a group of companies having operations both in Europe and in the other geographies. That would not be simple. That would be quite challenging. Hopefully not contradictory, or let's see, it happened in the past, but maybe more granular. We shall see. But it is clear that there would be very interesting and challenging times ahead of us from now on, in terms of let's say, as you said, reglementation, in terms of standards, but also in terms of understanding and actual implementation. Thank you so much for your insights.
If I may only just ask just a couple of final points, Adriana, what I wanted to impart.
Yes, thank you.
At the end is that in line with the sustainability trends, the EBRD has made our commitments to become green banks and the first IFIs to publish our Paris alignment methodology, but even more this recognition where our companies are and how big this sustainability gap is. This is very much at the center of the investment and technical assistance we offer. And there is a dedicated, just the final thing, dedicated financial products, but also technical assistance, policy advisory services that we offer to companies in relation to climate risk management, but also to boards in relation to sustainability governance, so how to strengthen the knowledge, the awareness, the how to enhance this strategic thinking and planning at the board level in order to make a company more sustainable and have a good demonstrative effect in the countries where we operate.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Very useful for everybody to know this kind of support EBRD is offering, particularly for boards, and that will open another door for discussion for us, I think. Now, I would like to invite our next keynote speakers, and who is representing actually another international organization. She also wearing today more than one hat, Mrs. Carmen Micu. Carmen is the chair of board of directors of IASE, International Association for Sustainable Economy, and also in the same time is the CEO and founding member of Envisia Boards of Elite. Carmen is a senior executive with more than 25 years of experience in various areas like general management, marketing, strategy, and communication, and has a quite extensive experience in board and executive position in international organizations. Carmen will share with us insights about how important is to build awareness about the concept of ESG in all its entirety, meaning how important it is to understand it, to implement it in the business environment with a recognized impact by the people, and also living from here how important will become the newly defined role of ESG officer in this new playground, and what is actually IASE Association is offering and providing in this respect. Thank you, Carmen. If you can now share with us all these points I was talking about.
Thank you, Adriana. Distinguished guests, dear ACCA Global Partner, dear Envisia community, and dear auditorium. My role, as expressed by Adriana here today, is to speak about education with my both two hats. It means to have a real implementation of the ESG principles, as we have already spoken about. And I have to thank both my previous keynote speakers, Professor Ciocanan and also Vesi. We are today living actually an ESG revolution. I'm trying to stay away from the so-called greenwashing and even the whitewashing, because we believe that ESG, it's more than so many and so much time and so many topics around the environment only. It's not only about the climate, it's not only about the environment. Today we actually live in a society that it's troubled with having to survive the COVID era, living in a war era, with many societal crises, as we see throughout the entire, global community. People are troubled. It was a crisis of values that completely changed our view of the future and, what's important for us. And we also have several political crises that have troubled the political arena over the past years. I'm not even looking too much into the governance failures that we all know, starting with Lehman Brothers and alike. And all these things that happen to us actually define a more important and even more important ESG role. And that's why I emphasize it's not about the greenwashing or the whitewashing. I think today we need to really look how we should build new strategies to drive more sustainable performance in our economic ecosystems that could have and should have a positive impact on our society and even more on our political ecosystem. We believe here that today responsibility goes beyond government that normally reinforce through policies, the environmental protection, better governance, but also to company boards, as Vesi already has pointed out. And we look at company boards as being the ultimate level of leadership that are not only responsible, but also accountable. We talk about company strategic reinvention. We talk about reinventing the reporting as a way of evaluating and monitoring the ESG performance. And also we talk about business transformation, especially because of the artificial intelligence impact. I think we don't even see it, how near it is, how impactful it is, and what kind of consequences the implementation of the artificial intelligence in our society and in our businesses actually has today. If we look on the board agenda, and I'm looking a little bit on that part because I'm going to talk about education, the ESG topics, which are several, are going as more important over the classical diversity. We talk about diversity, and I have to mention here that when we talk about diversity, it's not about only gender diversity. We talk about especially expertise diversity, experiences diversity, points of view that we need to bring into ESG strategies. We talk about, of course, a lot of variety of procedures and processes that we want to implement in our companies and our societies to mitigate the variety of risks that also my predecessor speakers spoke about. We talk about societal protection and raising the awareness regarding the welfare of communities. And also we look a little bit more in depth, what does it mean proper governance, responsible governance? What does it mean to oversee a proper governance? That's why we believe that ESG has a very important role in raising the awareness of what's happening with us today, and to draw us closer to a very clear fact. We are on the edge, on the verge of living a society revolution, a social revolution. And we look at ESG as one of the means to become more aware of this challenge that we are facing. Our answer to all this is actually how we could do that. We do this through education, because education means information, means explanation, means raising awareness. And also, when we look at all these happenings around us, we know that there, in terms of the E factor, it's probably has more than 20 years since we raised the awareness through several organizations and several legislation initiatives that are already, there to implement. But we are also very happy and very aware that there is now a EU standard, which is ISO 37000, started in 2021, and recently was also launched in Romania, by the way, as a guidance to implement proper governance in organizations. So we have also in this direction a standard, not only in environmental protection standard. And now I'm actually drawing the attention to the education standards. And here comes IASE, the International Association for Sustainable Economy, which aims to draw the standards as a main certification body in ESG that promotes sustainable business. Since 2020, since we were incorporated, we strive to deliver the 3 levels of certification globally, aiming actually to build a community of responsible professionals that are capable to deal with all these changes and to the complexity of the ESG topics. We believe that education through people who are professionals in the ESG area, like ESG officers, are the ones who will be able to promote, support the all the necessary procedures and processes, top, bottom, and bottom up, especially bottom up, so that we can see a real change with an impactful change in our societies, in our businesses, even in our political ecosystem. I hope that you will follow up this association and this organization. I hope that you will promote education in your organizations as a means to, again, raise awareness. And of course, thinking from the board level, it's your responsibility to designate special people in your organization that are responsible to implement ESG principles and topics, and to follow up and to control. And the board, of course, to make it as their one of the main topics on their agenda to oversee the ESG topics implementations and policy and procedures. That would be it from my side. I'm wishing you every success at today's conference, and hope to see you soon, looking for the education means in ESG area. And thank you, Adriana, again.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you so much. ESG certification, there is no secret, is now in high demand. Lots of professionals are not only interested, but even following such a certification and finding it useful and let's say with certain applicability to their organization now in the future. And since you spoke about education, now it's my pleasure to make the link to in this area of education toward Maggie. Maggie, I think you don't need any introduction for the entire ACCA community, but I will still mention that you are the Executive Director, Strategy and Governance with ACCA Global. ACCA, it's a well-recognized forum of governance and let's say evolutions trends which are ahead of us, presented in various statistics and reports we are all following here in Romania as well and worldwide. And therefore, it's my pleasure to invite you to share with us how do you see those, let's say, trends, some insights on how you see future of governance, and how do you see the combination, the interdependence between what we call governance and sustainability, as we see now from 2023 perspective.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Adriana, and good afternoon to everyone. I really am delighted to join this very important regional conference amongst such prestigious fellow speakers, but also to have ACCA members from around Europe joining this event. So very happy to continue on from last year's, I think, highly successful event. So my thanks to Envisia also for their partnership. So today I was planning to share some thoughts on, as you said, the future of corporate governance, but most importantly, how corporate governance really must be really quite intrinsically intertwined with sustainability. And I think it will build on some of the comments from our earlier speakers today. I mean, I think the scientific evidence provided by all of the various research, but in particular the sort of UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, is really unequivocal. We've talked a lot about ESG and the broader element, but from that perspective, climate change is really the huge threat to human well-being, the health of the planet, and it's recognised now that any further delay in concentrated global action will miss what is really quite a brief and I would say quite rapidly closing window on a livable future. And I think to quote from the IPCC and Jim Skia, his view is it's now or never if we want to limit our global warming to 1.5 degrees. So without deep and immediate action, we have significant challenges. So based on a lot of the comments that have gone before, I think what we are all sort of holistically saying is that we do need to really reset for sustainable growth and shape a new relationship between business, policymakers, the public sector, and wider society, and really learn the lessons from the past few years and embrace, as well as learning from the negatives, embrace the positives. And I think the collaboration that drives forward those critical changes is really absolutely key. And that will take collective action that leverages technology, but also sort of new ways of working. And we see this through our own engagement. You mentioned the sort of broad engagement that we have with our members in my introduction, but we see how the climate change urgency, and that has been aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as other large-scale disruptions that we're hearing about in the previous speech, including war in Europe, has really compelled companies to really rethink their purpose and the strategy for the longer term, as they are really facing really quite different and fast increasing expectations from that broader civil society to really contribute to sustainable development and do more to protect our people and our planet. And I think what we can take away from this is that actually ESG, climate, the COVID-19 crisis, they all sort of bring together or bring into sharp focus the interconnectedness between economic, environmental and societal issues, and really how we value and address those. And of course, it is a very complex issue. I mean, the increasingly complex and global nature of supply chains makes it really challenging for companies to really get reliable information, not just from within the business, but from outside across their supply chains. And what we've heard about already in terms of that fragmentation of national rules on corporate sustainability reporting, due diligence, obligations further down, actually can challenge the take-up of good practice. So we would be very much in agreement with the direction from Europe that standalone measures from member states and voluntary views from companies really aren't enough to exploit the potential and act sustainably. It does need to be embedded into corporate governance frameworks. And I think now is the right time to be making sure that we make those steps. One way to address that, I would say, is to adopt and promote environmentally and socially responsible business practices, and ensuring that our businesses adopt a long-term perspective that considers those adverse impacts on human rights, on society, on the environment. And we know that society's expectations in that place, as Vessi was discussing, are really accelerating. And I would say that that is, and we've touched upon it briefly in one of the previous speeches, but that is really the European Commission's main purpose with the issuing of the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, and those new rules that aim to ensure that businesses address the adverse impacts of their actions in their businesses, in their value chains, both inside and outside of Europe. And that is going to have, undeniably, huge ripple effects outside of the companies that are directly impacted by the directive. And that is a desired effect. For ACCA, I would say that sustainable corporate governance is not just about compliance and doing what you have to do. It is much more about how do you create value and build a culture that leads to longer term improved performance. So we've always advocated that corporate governance is just as much about adding value as it is about mitigating risk. And so we do agree with the European Commission that it's crucial for organisations to really understand their stakeholders, their interests, and if they're going to succeed, to do that in a viable way. So we've heard briefly on CSRD, fast approaching in terms of deadlines for many companies across Europe. And whilst we would see that as a step in the right direction, we also believe that if we are to ensure that sustainability is really effectively embedded into corporate governance best practice, then we do need greater transparency and verification of the disclosures on the entire spectrum of the way that businesses can impact people and the planet. So we're really urging companies to report both their objectives and progress and shifting from that short-term to long-term thinking. And it also be quite open in explaining where they are on that journey. And we believe that that will help companies to better align their decision-making with stakeholders' expectations, making sure they're really responding to those needs. And it's already a direction that we see investors and prudential regulators around the world thinking. Now, there does of course need to be more, I would say, in terms of due diligence and accountability, especially given the risk landscape of today's world. So we do need to make sure that we are asking the questions and also making the checks over longer history and shorter time horizons to make sure that companies are generally building the resilience. I would say the role of finance professionals is absolutely critical. They can very much help their organisation in identifying, planning and accounting for both those social and environmental matters that we've heard from each of the speakers on, really making sure that the governance measures are both effectively communicated, because that is absolutely critical, but also that we put them into context. And then also from a financial accountancy perspective is the role that we can play in providing more assurance to making sure that we are able to give trusted information. You mentioned in my introduction, Adriana, about the research that we do in this space. That's all available on our website. But there was one piece that I just wanted to pick up on that I think is really of key importance to today's discussion. So we have a wide range on ESG matters, but one of our most recent pieces is looking at risk culture and how we build resilience and seize opportunity. And here in this research, we're really talking about the governance of corporations and ultimately society. And it's very important that we are looking at culture from different perspectives. So we've got the risk management, we've got ethics and conduct, and we need to empower all participants really to link their objectives to sustainable outcomes. And for me, risk culture is very much at the heart of that. But I think, what does that risk culture mean, and to what extent do corporate governance professionals understand how we encourage, I think, effective risk management? And I think it's the human factor. And I think all members and all participants at this conference are absolutely critical in terms of achieving our aims. It's about getting curious. It's about listening to your people. It's about engaging with them. And our research pointed out that human risk is actually the largest risk facing business and society as a whole. And if human behaviour is a response to their environment, then risk and accounting professionals in the wide variety of roles that they undertake really need to bear in mind that factor when setting up their risk governance processes, and actually considering that actually that human beings are always trying to influence that. But we do have an absolutely critical role to play beyond the sort of, I would say, traditional performance management processes. And that all will empower organisational leaders to have the necessary information to be able to take informed decisions that create that long-term value, recognising those interdependencies and the trade-offs that they have to make and consider in their business lives. Professional accountants, critically, I would say, absolutely at the heart of that, in an excellent position to really provide those decision makers and the boards with greater foresight, with their predictive analysis and looking at how they can use the data to inform and bring greater insights. Across Europe, we do have a huge number of members, and we are supporting them through all of these changes. And I know, Adriana, you mentioned that we have quite a number on today's session, but we have looked from an education perspective. So we do have a certificate in sustainability for finance. And our European offices across the board are supporting our over 20,000 members in Europe to really understand the future, what they need to do and how they can upskill and be very much at the heart of sustainability and a response to ESG. So I just think briefly in conclusion, I think everyone at this conference and beyond really has that critical role to play in building sustainable futures for all of us and making sure that we bring together and create really coherent best practices to make sure that we can move forward together. I definitely think and positively, I think that the accountancy profession really is right at the very heart of it. And I look forward to questions and forward discussion. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and engage. Thank you very much, Adriana.
Thank you so much, Maggie. Being a professional accountant originally myself, I completely resonate to what you were saying. And if I may, one of my conclusion would be clearly that one single path, one single angle of education today will not be enough to become a full professional. And that's maybe in our case of professional accountant even more, because there is a whole bunch of information for us to absorb and to interpret, let's say in the area of financial, to make them even more relevant. And from that, it comes also this interdependence between the three areas you discussed about ESG concept. Thank you so much. Maggie, you mentioned about research. Again, this is very helpful in making the transition to Professor Andrew Kakabatse. Hello, Andrew.
Hello, Adriana.
So Andrew is the chair of Henley Directorate Forum and chair of the Envisia Boards of Elite Association. Andrew will speak today about trends and evolutions again in corporate governance with regards to boards, and also he will share with us some results of his latest researches. But to start, Andrew, and no pressure, I pointed down some let's say, words, some topics mentioned by our speakers here: redefining the strategy, education, protect people on our planet, ESG interconnectivity, OECD expectation for alignment, do it now, not tomorrow, build a long-term perspective culture, and risk culture. So how do we address all these otherwise at the board level? What would be your insight in this direction? How do you think we can cope with all these key issues at the leaders level?
Adriana,
The people making the decision.
Adriana, thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it's a great pleasure to listen to my esteemed colleagues and their words of wisdom. I, for one, would not challenge any of the words that you've said. What I'd like to do is I'd like to go to the opposite end of the scale and report to you 3 or 4 ongoing studies, but these are at the level of the board. So if you'd like, what is the recipient of the various initiatives from government or from agencies? What are boards and executives doing in response? These studies have been conducted in the US, the UK, throughout Europe, Middle East, and I'm just about to embark on a massive study of the real perspective, attitudes, and orientation of investors. And I've started a few conversations, and those initial conversations I'd like to bring to this particular debate. In comparison to the initiatives of 20 to 25 years ago, CSR, sustainability and ESG really are now much better addressed, with much greater favor, with a much more positive attitude. So the terms of the past of greenwashing, whitewashing, those terms are now becoming less popular. But what is so interesting is the translation of ESG, sustainability, and any social movement into the actual functioning of the organization. Funnily enough, the word that is causing greatest concern is the word sustainability. What does sustainability mean for my business in Nashville, Tennessee? And it is an international business. What do some of these words mean right across the board? Well, we had a number of responses. If you were, for example, in oil, gas, coal, transportation, these words are very clear. If you do not undertake particular practices and follow legislation or recommendations, you will be at risk. So we have a board and an executive far more in tune with each other of how we take a concept and turn it into numbers. And that's the critical thing. Now, where is the barometer that the numbers work? It's one level below the executive. It's those guys who are responsible for the budgets that actually have to deliver on those particular strategies. Now, of all of the interviews and investigations that we've conducted, where is that clarity? To what level and to what extent is that clarity shared? And I have to say, by few. Because the reality is, the boards that should be discussing the understanding and meaning of sustainability, the interpretation of how E, S, and G is affecting my business, that is not taking place sufficiently. The idea that we are going to take the long term, in practical terms, many businesses now have not only annual reporting, they have quarterly reporting. And quarterly reporting takes your attention away from what that longer term means. So naturally, when we were conducting our interviews, people said to us, the fact that we're going to be here next year, is that sustainability? Or that we can show that we have got a supply chain and a contracting process and an understanding of scale and how to use scale for competitive advantage, which will probably guarantee our existence for 3 years. Is that sustainability? The educational part is very important, but it is far more important in terms of education in practice. Because what we found with our various boards and executives is they were conscious of the developments that are taking place. They may not be able to give you chapter and verse. This report from this body or from this agency says these are the standards. But the consciousness that these particular standards exist and the appreciation that we need to do something is there. What is happening is we've got a range of responses. Some total belief in ESG and sustainability, such a strong drive and a passion. Others, a skepticism, not a nasty skepticism, but almost a healthy skepticism. And we got such variation across different sectors, different industries, and particularly if you were medium to large size, that variation increased. Smaller size, board, executive can get together and understand the business. Now, why such a variance of response? I didn't understand at first what these different trends meant, and then it struck me. There's a really old principle running right through the strategy literature, which is 20% of strategy effort is on creation, 80% is on application, delivery. Now, I've worked with companies, I've worked with governments, and although that rationally, intellectually is acknowledged, even by ministers, 20% of strategy in the creation, 80% we have to really look at what we're doing and how we're doing it. Emotionally, it's the other way around. 80% of strategy emotionally is given to strategy creation. And an irritation arises concerning strategy adoption or strategy delivery. And what we found with some of these boards, and I have to say also with the government we're working with, is exactly that. People would say, yes, 20% on creation, 80% on delivery. When you actually watch them work, it was a different way around. And in fact, there was an irritation when, for a minister perspective, something was not being delivered that they wanted. And what the civil servants or the experts were fundamentally saying is, minister, slow down. We're trying to create a strategy that works with these communities and these contexts, and just you pushing will not help. But the minister's response was, yes, but I'm publicly exposed. What did we hear from chairs? Yes, I'm publicly exposed. What did we hear from CEOs? I'm publicly exposed. So we have an age-old problem. How do we take an initiative that is desperate, that we must apply, and make it work when the reality of the challenge is 80% of our effort needs to be on strategy delivery? What were we finding in terms of capability and expertise in this area? Well, the first is a fear that to break compliance, to go against compliance, will actually cause us harm. This is a fear that has been building up for quite some time. Compliance, after initiative after initiative, after, if you like, scandal after scandal, is nothing new. This is something we've been left over from the 1990s. So when we have a problem, a compliance requirement. If you looked at all the problems that we've had, particularly in terms of scandals, what has not taken place? And that is listening. The stewardship necessary to implement an interesting proposal, to deal with a potential scandal in the future, to deal with a potential risk in the future, that was the area that was missing. And what we have found on board successively for the last 20 to 25 years is the overemphasis on compliance is slowly killing the initiative and the courage and the resilience to face up to a problem and say, how do we deal with this concern, this challenge that is unique for us so that we can make strategy work? And what we're finding with sustainability and ESG, exactly that. Insufficient attention to stewardship. As I said, did the participants in this study, who varied from mid to large-sized corporations, from CEOs, chairs, board members, executive members, it was a complete range of individuals who were involved in the application of sustainability and ESG. Did they represent something? Yes. We don't know how to start the conversation to move forward. What was interesting, and in particular in Romania, was that the role of chair is still too immature. Central to all of this, irrespective of what the various bodies say, is the significant influence of the chair in determining the shape and direction of the conversations that must take place, which will indicate not only transparency of reporting, but actually indicate an application that works for this company and works for the communities with which we're involved. That conversation has to be with the chair. Did we find the chairs not quite up to this level of responsibility, perhaps because they needed to go against the CEO or the executive with their understandable need to meet short-term results? Yes, from the US to the UK to Europe. So what we're finding is the board and the chair is the vehicle for sustainability and ESG identification. There is no point in giving more and more data to boards when what their problem is, trying to understand what this movement means for me. We did not find a negativity. What we did find was a cry for help. And if you talked about education, which some of the speakers did, the education is not sufficient. It is the education concerning sustainability and ESG in conjunction with the role and contribution of the chair and the board in handling misaligned interests between different communities or stakeholders, and then putting them together so that the financials and the social movement come together. And I have to say, the experience of these businesses, it did not matter their location, whether it was Kansas or whether it was Yorkshire in England or somewhere in Europe. Their common concern was, how do I make this work for this company when we are fed with so much information, but we do not understand quite how to integrate different strands of thinking into strategy application. This is not new. This is a standard problem. Some of the questions I was asked were, do we need a new type of director? Do we need a new type of thinking? Do we need a different mindset? And I have to conclude, absolutely not. We do not need a different type of director. What we need is to make our boards and directors work to deal with the stewardship of a very interesting challenge that has distinct social implications, but seemingly very few are trying to address. What can I conclude? Good people at board level need help. What else can I conclude? Well-intended people do not quite know what is the next step, which is classic strategy application, strategy delivery concerns. It's fine if you're in oil and coal and gas. It's evident there what you need to do. It's when you're in the other businesses, in different communities, particularly if you're mid-sized, and you know that you do face the risk of reputational loss if you don't do something. That was another interesting finding. The insight as to what the risk will be for us if we do nothing. That was there. What was the problem? Very similar to other organizations that have had massive scandals, the Marconi scandals, the Enron scandals, if we go way back. What was there? There was a board that knew the risk. They even knew what was going to happen to them over the next 4 to 5 years. And they could not create the climate for a conversation at board level. So risk appreciation with ESG, sustainability, reputational loss if we don't do something, criticism from press and media, that was there. But to start a conversation that made sense, under an executive that was pressurized, and from a general management below that said, be clear and give us the numbers so that we can actually hit the targets you want. That was the problem.
Andrew, I think we could listen to your findings for hours and hours. I found what you just shared with us extremely interesting and real and recognizable, around us, as you mentioned. And I really like the idea that you mentioned that education is not enough by far, and education is needed at all levels, particularly at board levels. No matter how well intended you are, it doesn't matter how good you are in your position right now. I will, let's say, give you some time for conclusions, since we are going toward the next panel, which will start very soon.
Certainly, one conclusion. If ever there was a time for boards, it's now. If ever there was a time for the boards to shape the thinking of the whole entity, it's now. If ever there was a time for a chair to be the dominant intellectual and emotional strength and support of the organization, it's now. It's not happening to a sufficient length. So the last speaker that said requiring voluntary involvement is not sufficient, yes, that is where we are. We are in a serious situation of requiring government intervention and of educating our boards of how to deal with complex strategies. What are we still dealing with? We're still dealing with compliance concerns. And
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are really running a little bit ahead of time. Thank you so much, Professor Cacabațe. Thank you to all our keynote speakers today. We truly appreciate your contributions. It will be a, let's say, delicate task for Andrea and myself to summarize some conclusions at the end, but we will do our best. I will now would like to invite the guests to our first panel. And as I mentioned initially, I would like to invite Andrea to be the moderator of the first panel. And Andrea, I will let you present the speakers and the topics the panel will next cover. Thank you so much to everybody.
Thank you, Adriana. Again, the conversations, the presentations that we heard were really interesting and mind-opening, food for thought, I think, and with some silver linings as well regarding the future. It's my honor now to open the panel discussions, and we have the topic sustainability leadership, as you know, and it's such a pleasure to have high-level experienced professionals who have such diverse backgrounds, and all brought together by having this strong sustainability thinking at their core. And on sustainability leadership, actually, there is this quote which I very much appreciated, which I think it captures almost the essence of sustainability leadership. It's from Greta Thunberg, the world famous environmental activist. So I will quote it. She says, the biggest danger is not inaction. The real danger is when politicians and CEOs are making it look like real action is happening, when in fact almost nothing is being done, apart from clever accounting and creative PR. And, you know, I think Andrew was saying, like, we don't need to talk so much now about greenwashing. And he was also mentioning the fact that, okay, we need to think about the 80% application. So now in this panel, actually, we have this group of true leaders who definitely would support, drive, and implement concrete action. And to set things in perspective, I think to start the panel discussion, I won't introduce the panelists by title, position, because they are very visible on our website. But I would ask them to say a couple of words about themselves and their interest and experience in the topic of sustainability and corporate governance. So to set things in perspective, I was thinking that we should remind ourselves again why governance is a topic that is so important when leading for sustainability. And I will give the floor to Victoria. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrea. I've been lucky enough to be listening to the previous speakers. It's a real pleasure to have that opportunity to listen to you and to be part of this, I believe, quite massive group of people who are dialing into these sessions. So that's great. I'm a pracademic, which means I operate between academia and practice. I've been focused for the last 20 years very specifically on how we can align organizations, including business, with a sustainable future. And I really dig into the areas of purpose, governance, marketing, leadership, and culture, because I think as pillars, that unlocks the system. And I've been really strongly focused on guiding senior executives globally from a range of sectors, and also helping lead standards building to help clarify the emerging consensus and therefore the accountability frames that we can use to create the solutions that we're looking for. I'll talk a little bit about them as I address the first question. Why are we even talking about governance and leadership in governance for leadership for sustainability? And so I'm going to hang this around the statement that unsustainability is the world's biggest governance failure ever. And I invite you all to take a step back as I kind of outline why I say that, to reflect on this quite seriously. We're all coming at this from different places, some of us more recently, some for a longer period of time, but this is really the time at which we need to clarify what it is that's going wrong here in the biggest possible terms. I see a lot of wasted space in the area. So all critiques welcome, but this is how I, over the last 20 years, conclude it. So firstly, we have to remember what an economy is for. An economy takes resources and uses them to optimize well-being for a given society. That's economics 101. And this, in effect, and this is something that we don't quite remember often, is that that is actually the same goal as sustainability. If we take the definition of Brundtland, it has three key elements. It's about meeting needs, in other words, fulfilling well-being. It's not for a few people, it's for everyone. And it's not just for now, it's for the long term. So long-term well-being for all people and planet is the goal of sustainability. And in those terms, it's an accountability frame that we can anchor strategically to. It's also the closest we might get to humanity's meta-purpose. If we were to ask enough whys, we'd probably get there. So we have this beautiful thing that the economy should be absolutely achieving sustainability. And yet actually it's the economy that's been achieving unsustainability. So there is something about not the economy, but the way we're organizing the economy that's at the heart of this. And therefore about how we're governing the economy and governing the companies and organizations that sit within it. So the issue, and why I say that unsustainability is the biggest governance failure, is because whilst the economy was supposed to be creating long-term well-being for all, it wasn't. And it wasn't also what we were also not doing at the government, society, or company level. We're governing if the resources that we rely on for our long-term well-being for all were being cared for adequately. And if we remember that all organizations are essentially about a goal and the parameters, and you can nest that at any level of the system, and strategy is how do I achieve that goal within those parameters. So then if we then think about governance is essentially the overall structure that sets the goal, sets the direction of the goal and the parameters, as well as then overseeing and being accountable for whether those are achieved. So the problem that we've had is that the goal of the economy, and hence of business and organizations and of society, has been on finance and financial capital as a proxy for well-being. And that's what we focus on as the goal But we also focus on that as the parameter, and that's what we govern. That's what our legislative, our institutional systems, our decision-making is essentially centered around finance as both the goal and the parameter, and that dictates the strategy. And what we haven't done is govern for long-term well-being for all within the non-financial capitals and social and environmental systems that uphold that system. So this is at the heart of the governance failure. And so if you take an economic system that's hardwired to focus very narrowly on finance and you expand that for half a century, it's not surprising that we end up in a place of unsustainability, as in our long-term well-being for everyone is under existential threat. We have our toes over the cliff. And only at this point are we able to see what's been going on. And what we've been doing, like we're saying, we have to remember that this is about governance, directing, overseeing, and being accountable to a very narrow goal. And that's why I think we are turning to governance, because governance failure is at the heart of unsustainability, and then governance, therefore, is at the heart of the solution. And that is actually relatively recent. I mean, governance as a topic, as a discipline, is relatively new. But if we think that the world's first multi-stakeholder clear consensus view of good governance practice, ISO 37000, that was translated into Romanian recently and adopted there, was only published in 2021. That was something Axel, who's on the call today, and myself led for 5 years. So it took that long before we could even get a consensus about what governance is and what it needs to look like to bring about the world that we need. And really, that's a challenge to our existing systems, which are fundamentally misaligned. So governance is vital because it's also the most effective and efficient way that we can essentially address the solutions by setting a goal that's focused on long-term well-being for all, parameters that bring in all of the social and environmental thresholds and the best science around that as the parameters, as well. Of course, we need healthy stocks and flows of financial capital, but it's only one part of that parameter. So essentially, if we do that, we can clear out a lot of the red tape, because what we're doing at the moment is we're flailing around, betting on horses, trying to incentivize certain solutions, but we don't have the governance frame right. If we focus our energy there, governance, society's governance of government, government society, governance of companies, and companies' governance of their system, then we can let the innovation flow. So we're talking about moving, and this is what's underway, and I see it underway. The question is, can we get behind it in enough time so that we can preserve the market economies that we need and not end up in a command and control system? So that's a well-being economy governed to the goals of long-term well-being for all, i.e. sustainability, that's serviced by purpose-driven organizations. And I was technical author for the first British standard in purpose-driven organizations that will hopefully go to ISO level soon. And so we know what this looks like. We know what these systems look like, and energized by meaningful work. So one of the last things I just wanted to note there is, when we say, when we talk about ESG, therefore, we need to remember how purpose and ESG are not the same thing. We can think of purpose about redefining the goal, and we can think of ESG about clarifying the parameters within which we do that. So really what we're looking for is ESG, as one of the previous speakers said, that sets out the full suite of issues that we know we need to operate within, these science-based thresholds that are the minimum. They are the new compliance agenda. And I truly believe if society could say what they're trying to say clearly, they would say, this is the new compliance agenda. You do not deserve to exist as an organization, and we will not allow you unless you can prove that you're not breaching these thresholds. If we could have leadership from boards and governance professionals that's what it's trying to do, then we're not going to go through this messy, horrible process where we redefine our business models to be within net zero and then have to do it all again because we realize biodiversity is actually a worse problem. So this is the kind of level of change within governance that we're looking for. We need to go beyond not just doing no harm as ESG, though. Companies are essentially society's innovation engine, society's innovation heartbeat. We are at the world's worst tipping point moment for humanity. If our companies are not gearing 100% towards innovating solutions for our long-term well-being as a performance objective, not just a do no harm, I also don't see how we will not end up in a command and control system. So I'll leave it there. There's a lot more to unpack, but there's many other people to say lots of things about it. Thanks.
Victoria, thank you so much for such a high level yet detailed and passionate reply. I think it was fantastic to set the scene. You painted a potential optimist future, told us how we could get there. You flagged the risks as well. So it was fantastic. Thank you very much. And look, already, I'm looking at Axel now. Already, I think directors have to address a broader range of issues and engage more stakeholders, ensure that governance framework incorporates aspects of managerial function as well. So where do you see this trend going? What are its drivers? I think maybe Victoria already answered that. And how can governing bodies across different types of organizations accomplish this?
Great, thank you. Yeah, well, it's also a pleasure to be on this panel and to contribute to the wider discussion. I think that I'm speaking from the perspective of working with a lot of boards, both in the Caribbean as well as in Europe, specifically in the German-speaking areas and in Romania, and assisting them to cross this chasm that exists between where the organizations are operating today compared to where they're trying to get to. But they have this dilemma between this is what I'm facing today, and the world and my company is not yet ready to operate in the future, but I need to make the decisions today for the future. So how to work within that space. And as Victoria mentioned, I worked together with her. I had the pleasure of working with her for 5 years to develop ISO 37000, which brought together 55 countries, 25 liaison organizations, and then was unanimously adopted by or approved by 164 ISO member countries. I would point out 3 main trends at this point, which have already been spoken to. But the first is that there is this real emergency and there are these real tensions. So just as a couple of examples, we agreed to 1.5 degrees, but currently we are on target for 2.5 to 2.9 degrees, given what people are doing. And even the targets are giving us 2.4 degrees. So, and just as an illustration, for example, at 1.9 degrees, there are no coral reefs left in the world. So these are not small changes. These are massive, big changes. And in Paris, 8 years ago, when we agreed on these targets, there was zero probability that any year that we're living through will be at 1.5 or in the next foreseeable future. And now we have the next 2 years, one of the years, according to the World Meteorological Organization, we will have 1 year to be above 1.5 degrees already, okay? And last week, there was a report on the 50% of the SDG timeframe has passed. So we now have only 50% of the time left, but we have made only 25% progress. And in some dimensions, quite a few actually, we're moving backwards. So that means that there are real risks coming to us. And there are also, of course, real opportunities and the real needs of organizations to be the engine of innovation that Victoria is speaking about, and to get the assistance and the guidance for how they can make that transition and how they can take these decisions. The second aspect, of course, has to do with digital transformation, which the people who have been involved in AI and in artificial intelligence and have been developing this field for the past 30 years are saying that the moment we are in now is like the invention of the wheel. So we are at a very pivotal change moment where massive changes are going to combine with the environmental and the social tensions and emergencies that we are currently facing. So most imminently, what everybody is now thinking about is, yes, and we have this third dimension, which is the regulatory change. So we have on 3 levels, or 3 dimensions. We have at the European level, we spoke about that. So there are 12 new standards, 84 disclosure requirements, and 1,100 data points that need to be reported on. And at the international level, we have the ISSB, and many countries, Security Exchange Commissions, are adopting regulations as well. And so there is this triple confluence of real impact. So it is not only because the regulators say so. So you have the regulatory change, you have the digital transformation, and you have the environmental and social impacts coming home to roost at this point. Because as the professor said in the very beginning, from an academic and the scientific point of view, all these things were predicted. We are very much on track on the predictions from 50 years ago. And it is really a question of if we are able to take account of it now and move collectively. So the result is that these governing bodies now need to have basically facing a choice. Do I try and just comply and therefore just have the costs with the still risks of non-compliance and non-being able to respond to the changes? Or do I really reimagine what the organization does and how it is aligned to a sustainable future, as Victoria said? And so that is the part that I think is at the crucial point in terms of reimagining the value that organizations, the business model, and most importantly, the value generation model that through which the purpose is being fulfilled. So then I can speak maybe more about how to do that in a second.
Okay.
You want me to continue?
No, it's fine. Actually, I think you mentioned, the plethora of regulation, and I know we have Anka with us today, and she was going to touch actually the recent directive on corporate sustainability due diligence, and it's, I think, the talk of the town, and it's one of the regulations that it's going to affect us most. So thank you, Axel, for the answer, and we can come back to the how if you wish. But Anka, I'll give the floor to you, maybe just for a few more details regarding the directive, where we are in the process of adopting it, and any adverse impacts or any future barriers that you see. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and I so much appreciate the discussions this afternoon. It's really insightful and enlightful. And on this corporate sustainability due diligence directive, CSDDD, as it is known. Yeah, this is a very new animal in the market, and it was proposed by the European Commission actually in February 2022. After long debates, it was not easy to end up there. In December last year, the Council made some amendments and softened a little bit, actually significantly, the version proposed by the European Commission. It was much more ambitious, but also with much more impact on the companies. It is expected that the European Parliament will vote it by the end of this year, which means that it will enter into force no earlier than 2025. And actually, we've been talking here about sustainability through the climate and climate change, but it goes beyond climate, and we are talking about human rights and the due diligence of companies and of boards. So it's a very new and approach, also very comprehensive and very needed, very much needed. It will apply to very large companies. So the intention of the Commission was a little bit narrower, but the Council actually made this directive applicable only to companies with more than 1,000 employees and worldwide turnover over 300 million net. And for non-EU companies with 300 million net turnover generated in the EU. Because for the initial proposal, the company's turnover went down even to 40 million euros per year. So the next step is to have the approval of the European Parliament. But in the meantime, what companies, these large companies, to do would be really to look in their subsidiaries and in their all processes and contractors and subcontractors, because these are also the companies are obliged to have this due diligence process to make sure that on the value chain, the human rights and climate objectives are observed. Also to make sure that the directors, also at top level and middle level, that's enough clarity in the responsibilities of directors. So at the end of the day, to know exactly who is diligent for what. For sure, in the Parliament, we do not expect to have a softer version, but maybe even a little bit of a stronger version, as we saw the discussions lately in the commissions and in the relevant committees for this directive.
Thank you very much, Anka. It's clear that there's a lot of discussion and many other things that the future will bring. It's good to know that we have the Commission who is in the same time flexible and adapting when whenever they are too ambitious. I think Vesi was saying something of the sort as well, that it kind of beats the purpose to have too strict legislation when there's not enough preparedness or enough information. So thank you for the outlook. And speaking about rules and regulations, we have somebody here who is a specialist in banking and regulations. So just asking Dimitrios, and welcome. First, if you'd like to say a couple of words about yourself beyond just specialist in banking rules, and just because I know banking is one of the more strictly regulated sectors. So how are actually these ESG banking rules that we see now affecting the borrowers in the real economy, and how should they prepare?
Good afternoon, Andrea, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists and the audience. Very happy to be here. I'm a partner with Deloitte. I'm based in Bucharest, and I'm leading Deloitte's global practice when it comes to risk and regulation in financial services. The last years, I advise a lot of the European Commission bodies and a lot of the regulators and supervisors across Europe of how the green regulation comes into force. Yes, when we're talking about capital and lending. Yes, and just lending myself a little bit of Victoria's very passionate position that sustainability is survival. Yes, and access to capital and lending for the stakeholders of the economy is survival as well. Yes, so going into a little bit more of a practical approach, the way the regulation is issued, yes, the entire rule book, it's really trying to identify and measure and mitigate a new category and risk. And although we do have the first regulatory packages being rolled out into operation, the critical aspects missing is data and education. Yeah, so we really don't have data. We're measuring this new type of risk for the first time, and we're trying to mitigate this new type of risk for the first time. The banks have taken the first steps, although it's still on a basis of reporting and disclosures themselves. But very quickly, this will become part of their underwriting process. Yes, criteria of where the markets can give debt and capital. Yes, based on the disclosures they make, but that will very quickly evolve into a deeper discussion. Yes, so for the participants of the real economy, the larger corporates, the medium-sized, and especially the small enterprises, for them to retain access to the entire financial system, yes, they need to understand this type of rule book. They need to understand what sustainability means in general, yes, beyond the first aspect of climate, because we often focus on the E part of ESG, and I think this is where the difficulty and the disconnect is between the regulation and the real economy, and this is where the real risk is, particularly for the small and medium enterprises. It's going to be a lot easier for the large corporates to be able to design their net zero strategy, yes, their sustainability strategy, and ultimately convince the financial markets that they should be still participants. Yes, they should benefit from debt and capital. But I think there's going to be, we already see that, yes, there's a big disconnect with small and medium enterprises, that they don't have the capacity to generate data, and they don't have the capacity to adapt as fast. So I would say the big risk that we see right now is the disconnect, yes, between the financial markets and the real economy, yes, over what sustainability means and what each party will need to bring on the table, yes. And I think in the following years it's going to become more and more apparent, and this is where a lot of the effort of the state and the commission is going to go. But in terms of financing educational or awareness initiatives, but it will remain from a governance perspective, yes, it will remain the top priority for the long-term strategy of any type of business, yes. What is my sustainability strategy? Yes, what drives me and what will retain me as part of the real economy in the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, yes, which will also define the requirements of the banks or the capital markets if this strategy is allowed from a financier perspective. So I would say the big risk that we see right now is that a lot of the large corporates can facilitate that. They have the size of investment, yeah, and the appetite for it. But I think the big disconnect for the European economies, which rely a lot on small and medium enterprises, is transferring this type of governance to a different size of institution.
That's very interesting. Thank you, Dimitrios. So you've mentioned maybe lack of education, it's still early days, mismatch between the banking regulations and the real economy, the risk to small and medium-sized enterprises. Any other risks? I mean, I know Andrew, Professor Cacabațe was saying like, well, maybe we should not talk about greenwashing so much. Is greenwashing something that you'd be concerned about at this moment?
Yes, I think even in our last event with the European Banking Authority that took place in Bucharest and national banks of Romania and the FSA of Austria, that became one of the big announcements coming from the head of ESG of the European Banking Authority, yes, that they're working on perhaps a more aggressive greenwashing framework. And we actually saw that clean up in the market, yes, what investment fund qualifies as a green fund, yes, and the more regulation that comes on the table, the more difficult it's going to be. We saw that also in the bond market, yes, we have a plethora of self-called green bonds or sustainability-linked bonds that where potentially the purpose of the project was not so green, or the sustainability targets were a bit easier to achieve. So I think there is going to be, as as the economy gets more educated and the regulators get more educated, I think there's going to be a little bit of a bigger push, yes, for the sustainability targets from everybody to become more ambitious. So I think there is going to be a period where real effort and some greenwashing is going to take place until the education matures. However, I think that from a corporate governance perspective, yes, the trap of greenwashing, whether it happens intentionally or unintentionally, constitutes a big reputational risk. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
thank you, Dimitrios. That was very pragmatic. You know, for a period, we'll have in parallel real efforts, greenwashing, until we have, you know, more educated constituents of this big topic. Thank you very much for the intervention. And you mentioned, you know, about translating strategy into processes, into implementation, and how this strategy will implement also ESG rules and sustainability. And I think that made the perfect connection to Alina, who is here with us today. And actually, we know we discussed that sustainability is embedded in the OMV Petrom strategy and decision-making process. So, Alina, if you don't mind just saying a couple of words about yourself and tell us to what extent, how exactly is sustainability embedded in your strategy and decision-making process, and what is the role of leadership, because this is what we're talking about right now.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you for the invitation. Great event, great discussion. I really feel honored to be part of it. As Andrea introduced me, I'm Alina Popa, CFO of OMV Petrom. This is one of the biggest energy company in Southeastern Europe, also listed at Bucharest Stock Exchange. A bit about myself, I'm a strong believer in leadership, especially importance of leadership to drive sustainable change. It's enormous. I'm also a strong believer in the importance of defining a purpose. And this is valid both for us as individuals, definitely for leadership, and also for organizations. We went through purpose definition for OMV Petrom, and you can imagine we go quite through a major change as a former oil and gas company, energy company. And we concluded that our purpose is to reinvent essentials for sustainable living. Sustainability, therefore, is strongly embedded in our strategy. Our projects and our activities have sustainability criteria behind, while we continue to supply the energy and ensure the security of supply, which is key. We all need energy to travel, to keep our homes warm in winter or cold in summer. But in the same time, we all want this energy to be clean, to be green. And this is the challenge. Now, we did our reflection and our work, and we concluded we have the ambition to reach net zero operations by 2050. This is not easy. This is very challenging. And this requires multiple activities: decarbonizing our operations, capturing and storing CO2, changing from fuels production, traditional fuels, to sustainable fuels. So it's quite a range of activities, and we are working heavily on all of those without having all the answers yet. But clearly, we have sustainability KPIs as targets of our strategy 2030. We have a clear target to reduce Scope 1 and 2 emissions from 2019 to 2030 by 30%. Similarly, to reduce Scope 1, 2, and 3 by 20% until 2030. So very, very clear targets. Going a bit to the supply chain, also there, clear targets. To ensure the yearly spend with local suppliers, it's at least 85% of total procurement spend. Or screening all new suppliers against mandatory ESG criteria. Because I think, I mean, the point Dimitris raised earlier, that it's quite a challenge for medium companies, is very relevant. But if we are driving this through scanning and asking each and every supplier to show us the ESG compliance or criteria they are living, I think we are contributing to the movement of all companies into the right direction. Now, with regards to decision-making process, it's equally important, even more important. In order to deliver on our strategy, we need to take appropriate decisions, and we need to consider in these decisions not only financial KPIs, but also sustainability KPIs. And this is a change. Yeah? This is a change for all us finance people working for more than 20 years. We are all used to, ROCE, IRR, and NPV, and now this is just not enough. Yeah? Whenever we evaluate a project, we look, of course, at all the financial KPIs, but in the same time to sustainability KPIs. That's a major change. And this is happening in the entire organization, and this is happening at board level. Yeah? And if I look back a couple of years ago, it was not like that. But now there is not one single project that we don't ask, okay, what is the impact on scope 1, 2, and 3? How does this contribute to our target? In the same time, when we look at the green projects, we have a lot of green projects. We all know green projects do not give easily returns that shareholders want and capital markets want. So yes, they tick all the boxes on sustainability, but we need to make them efficient, and we need to create value for shareholders with green projects, because only like that they become sustainable long term. And to conclude with the leadership role, as I said, I strongly believe in the leadership role as in any change project or process, and especially when we talk about the transformation, what is here, fundamental change, leadership role is even more important. Leadership role is creating this engagement and motivation to really go through hard times and hard decisions. Because change and major change is always hard. If we change something and we do not feel that is hard, most likely we do not change anything. Because change is always hard at the beginning, but beautiful at the end. So leadership role is really to look into the future and to prepare organizations for sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Alina. This, first of all, is such a challenge. I mean, very ambitious goals, but when you go through them, we realize actually what we're facing as society, as corporation. But it's very important to talk about the traits of the leader, the leading companies who have already taken pledges. And by the way, us as ACCA, we also have taken commitments towards the UN SDGs. So I think, these discussions that we're having right now, these leading by example as well, they are very important, because it will be a tough mountain to climb. And I just loved your definition of change. If it's not hard, probably you're not making any change. So it will be hard. And I think that's, like kind of helping us to realize that we are not greenwashing. Actually, it's hard to attain these goals. I think you've beautifully described also, leadership and qualities that a leader should have. But just to go back to Victoria a little bit, is there anything else that you'd like to capture or synthesize maybe about what we as individual leaders can do to help bring about this new type of governance of the organizations?
Yes, certainly. And yeah, it's been fascinating listening to all the contributors. Yeah, Demetrios was talking about survival, but actually this is about how do we thrive, and often in the conversations about how we shift from governance, it's that sense of risk and compliance, but moving more positively forward towards sort of performance, and we need to do both. As I said, it's goals and parameters. So I think as individuals, when we're thinking about what we can do about governance, we probably, like I say, we've set up business models to asset strip and to set up to fail. So we've got to be thinking sort of blank sheet thinking. And, you know, like we just heard from Alina, that's tough, but it's also a very creative and inspiring place to be. So I'm just going to take us through some of those levels that we can think about rewiring governance. Because as I said before, I think governance is the place that as individual leaders on sustainability, we can best place our efforts. And so the first thing I would say is we just need to get governance literate. What is governance? What are the layers of governance? And we need to think about it at a few different levels. So us as society, governing governments. And even if you're not living in a democratic system, ultimately society allows a situation to persist. And so ultimately, whatever type of government we're talking about, there is the governance of that governing body in different ways. So I would say we need to firstly remember we are all citizens of a country. And so if we can get hold of ISO 37000, get to grips with the global language around what we mean by governance, and that was written to be applicable in any country, any organization, any system, including of government. You know, then we should have that in schools, universities, schools, you know, everywhere within executive education, within business schools, to say, what is it to govern and how do you govern technically? What is risk governance? What is accountability? Why do you report? What are KPIs? How do you assess if strategy is good? You know, what do you look for? Because that's ultimately what we see happening now everywhere. Sort of people who are just getting on with their lives that suddenly realize their lives and those of all people and planet into the future is under threat, to starting to think, oh my gosh, I'm not sure I trust these companies, but I don't know if they're doing any good. Let me look at their annual report. Are they greenwashing? Are they not? I mean, those are governance questions. So we need to skill up on that. I would also say then, most of us are members of organizations. And within those organizations, of course, governments set the governance frame for companies, and then companies then are governed. Now, obviously, within organizations, governing bodies have often the most powerful, depending on how they're constituted, and also regulators and others, but the most powerful system within the organization, and of course, shareholders, depending on what we consider to be ownership and how that is enacted, have a massively important role to play. So if you're playing that kind of role, then really, really asking yourself, what is the governance that is aligned with the sustainable future? And like I say, the first stab at a global answer of that is in ISO 37000. That's the place to start. But wherever you are in that governance system, you know, we're all part of a governance system. And what I often hear when working with global executives is you get a lot of sort of governing bodies or CEOs going, well, look, we've said we want the company to be sustainable. You know, we've done all we think we can, but yet it doesn't seem to be happening on the ground. You know, we've heard, for example, Unilever year after year say, what, yeah. And often that is because whilst the governing body might be doing what it thinks is the best job, it's not necessarily pulling all those governance levers, recognizing what they are, and being able to understand what it feels like to be within a governance system, that system at any point. And so we need to remember that when we are reporting, when we are overseeing, when we are delegating, when we are writing job descriptions and role delegation specificities, we are essentially part of that governance system. And if we're being asked to do something and we butt up against a part of that governance system that's not working, then we need to be able to do what we can with it, but be able to package that and put it on the desk of the person who can do something about it. And of course, being able to do that in a collective is a much, much more effective way to do it. Again, that comes back down to, do we have a clear universal definition of what we mean by governance, about the key principles, the key behaviors, what good looks like? And again, wherever you are, and before I know I keep talking about it, but that's why I put 5 years of my life into it, because I realized how important that before that point, if you were in a particular sector in a particular country, there might not be a governance code for you. We now have something that covers all parts of the system and where we can start talking as one voice. So if we can, again, get literate and serious about governance, and therefore be able to see when governance is stopping us, being able to act in a purpose-driven or sustainable way, then we can start to really bring the energy together and enact our power within those systems.
Thank you, Victoria. I am inspired as well, and I'm sure everybody on the call is. I think it feels like we are all in this together, and it's a problem that definitely concerns everyone. And thank you again for the passion and for the work you've put in until now, and I'm sure that you will continue to put and for inspiring all. Axel, I know we were talking about some more in-depth observations or from your own experience, exactly on the same issue of how can governing bodies. So we were talking about the responsibility of individual leaders. I know Victoria also touched a little bit on governing bodies. But is there some insight that you'd like to share on how governing bodies across different types of organizations can accomplish this sustainable leadership?
Yes. So what everybody has spoken to, and what is very clear, is that the context in which an organization is working now, so that means the social context, but also the natural context, is much more varied. So there are many more possibilities, there are many more scenarios that could happen. And that means the organization must be able to respond to these and maybe even shape the context. So it therefore requires for the governing body to enable the organization as a whole, and it, in considering the options, to increase its capability to respond. So it is more complex, so therefore it must be able to respond with greater complexity. This is also known as Ashby's law of requisite variety. Basically, you cannot control a system unless you're able to respond to the variety of states it can take. So to do that now means that you can either try and respond individually to compliance requests, for example, or to respond to individual risks. But the global consensus is, and the new keyword is, integrated governance. So ISO 37000 was not the first to use the term integrated governance. It was used by UNDP before and by World Economic Forum as well. But 37000 now defines and gives guidance to what it means to have an integrated governance system. And this integrated governance system is enabling organizations to contribute to sustainable development. And so, for example, just to use a couple of examples, the what of governance has increased. And Victoria alluded to it, for example, as relating to stakeholders. Can we even name the stakeholders? Can we differentiate between different types of stakeholders and be able to respond to them appropriately? So until now, there has been a lot of confusion about that. And for example, the role of shareholders in this process, how does that compare to other stakeholders? There's a lot of discussion and a lot of noise about that. But now there is guidance for how to differentiate appropriately and how to build that systematically into a governance system. It also means, for example, that when it comes to the different capitals we're using, so social capital and natural capital, for example, governing bodies are now asked and responsible for accounting for their impact on these capitals and to what extent they are being regenerated or maintained in order to assure sustainability. And for that, you need to be able to differentiate between different types of natural capital, for example, and how they relate to each other. These are all topics that governing bodies actually really need to properly understand and be able to deal with. And so if there is no system of integration, it becomes an overwhelming flood of information that cannot be processed. And so that is why it is useful to have systems that are able to clarify, integrate, and not only at the governance of, for example, often we think that governance is only related to the board levels, but actually governance includes, for example, all the subsidiaries parts, and it also includes management level aspects. So for example, if you don't have a good compliance management system, for example, or a good whistleblowing management system, the whole system will actually crumble down and you will create enormous risks. So we need, therefore, guidance for an integrated governance system for how to make it easier and how to increase the capacity to respond to an increasingly large number of data points and considerations that need to be taken into consideration. And that is the part that ISO is focusing on. It is a voluntary system that you can use in order to be able to respond to the realities of organizational life, including the compliance obligations that are now increasing drastically. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I think I love the concept of integrated governance and the fact that you said, it's not only about, because even in our conference, sometimes I think we were talking a lot about the higher level governing board, but actually how it seeps through to management. And then, as Victoria was saying, and she very clearly transmitted this message to individual level as well, and having this ecosystem. And to be frank, also the fact that we have this increasingly stronger regulations, I think, again, will help and give us optimism for the future. Yes, please, Axel.
One more addition to it. So one of the surprising parts, or counterintuitive, for those who are not actually doing it yet, because afterwards it becomes obvious. But once you're focused on the purpose of the organization and you realize that to fulfill this purpose, you yourself, your organization alone is not totally in control of it. So therefore, that means that you need to be able to work together with others, including your competitors. And you're working together with a number of different stakeholders and see the whole thing in a much more integrated kind of way, where you are making your strategic contribution. But in order for that to happen, you need to work with others. And so this degree of collaboration is a new kind of requirement, a very powerful one that is enabling an organization to lift from one level to another level.
Yeah, integration, collaboration, yeah. Having this ecosystem of, kind of what we're creating with this conference, right? Just evangelizing the good practices and, talking about what we're doing, maybe where we're lacking. So yeah, that's a very important point. So thank you, Axel. And look, one of it's not a regulation, but it's certainly a recommendation that many companies that I know have taken on board is the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And actually, I was telling you that ACCA has also taken the commitment to work towards these goals. And they are 17. It's quite a broad spectrum that they cover. I'd like to ask Anka, because she gave us such a in-depth reply regarding the directive on corporate sustainability due diligence. And now going to the Sustainable Development Goals, do you see any challenge? Because we are using them quite a lot. Which are more challenging for us here?
Well, a very tough question, because as you said, there are 17 goals and very difficult. It covers health, education, also reducing poverty, energy poverty, and lately now with the energy crisis, energy poverty actually has increased. I saw figures that over 100 million people around the world fell in the category of energy poverty. But still, if I have to look at the EU and Romania, I am more probably objective number 5. It's really challenging, and objective number 5 refers to achieving gender equality and empower women and girls until 2030. And here we do have a big problem. When we look, for example, at the board levels, and I can speak also as a former executive board member. In Europe, we have only 15% of non-executive board members female, and around 2% CEOs. In Romania, it's even worse. So we have now a directive at the level of the EU that is going to be enforced as of April 2026 that requires that 40% of overall board members are women, and 33% of executive board members are women. So that's a really long way to go for listed companies, yes, but well, it should happen, and this is something companies should look into. Also, to have this objective number 5 implemented, we have another regulation at the level of the EU regarding the pay gap, and that's one significant problem for the EU. The average, on average, women earn by 13% less than men. And this draft, because it's not yet approved, but this draft says that companies will have to act if their gender pay gap is over 5%, and also to have to end this situation of pay secrecy, because you don't know if you're low paid than your peers. And also it refers to dissuasive penalties, including fines for employers that do not comply with the rules. So this is very significant. In Romania, the pay gap seems to be low, but I saw some estimations that there are some statistical bias in this low figure. So some other estimations go to pay gap up to 40% in certain industries, even for Romania. And in general, we have in the parliament some draft initiatives on representation of women on boards, 30% for state-owned enterprises, on women in politics, like 33% on list for general elections, 30% for local elections. But unfortunately, these are still are a little bit stuck for the moment, and I'm less optimistic about the future of this legislation for Romania. This is very challenging because it is about mentality. It is about much more than a simple regulation. You see, that's why I think number 5 is difficult.
Thank you, Anca. That's very insightful. And although yes, we might think because of the promotion of gender equality very abruptly from communist times, we wouldn't have such an issue with payment gap or having women treated similarly in the workplace. Still, when you look into the details, there are these issues where Romania also still needs to work at. And as you said, yes, it's not only regulatory matter, but it's
just the last idea on politics. We are doing the worst, actually, on women in governments. We have only 10% women, 2 out of 20 ministers, and it places us on the position 157 out of 186 countries. We are after Bangladesh and Bhutan, and just before San Marino and Tonga. And in terms of parliaments, we are position 122 out of 186 countries with 18% representation. And we are after Bosnia and South Korea, and before Paraguay and Azerbaijan. So we are not doing really great on this figure.
Numbers talk definitely, and not a very good story. Yeah, thank you, Anca. just to end maybe on a positive note and practical note about the future, right? Because we're looking into a future, hoping that we are able to create a better one for everyone. Alina, may I ask you, how far is this future for OMV Petrom? How far do you look into the future with your plan?
Thank you, Andrea, for the question. Now, our industry is very capital intensive and requires absolutely, it's a must to have a long-term perspective. There is just no other way. Investments need many years for development and construction. And after being put into function, they need several years to pay back the initial invested amount. So when we launched our strategy end of 2021, it was a 9-year strategy 2030. So this is a very clearly defined with all set of targets, financial targets, sustainability targets, and everything there. And also, as I mentioned before, we even have a longer term, like a 2050 net zero operation. So we really look far, because otherwise it's just not possible to achieve what we want and to deliver on our purpose. Now, we planned the whole investment of 11 billion euro investment in these 9 years, clearly on 3 key directions. Number one is low and zero carbon projects, yeah, and this is long term. Here we talk about renewables project, we talk about biofuels, hydrogen, carbon capture and storage. Then we have gas, grow regional gas. Many of you heard about Neptune project and Black Sea potential of gas. Gas is the transition fuel. Transition from the traditional to the green fuel, we go via gas. I mean, if we use natural gas in production of electricity instead of coal, carbon emissions can be reduced by 2.5 times. You know? So it's much better, and it's the transition. And also we have some investments in the traditional business, because if we still see demand growing of traditional fuels. So people need the energy. It's just not possible to switch it off. But the focus and the most important part of our strategy is definitely the low and zero carbon projects. We have also a financial frame with key 3 pillars, like rigorous capital discipline, strong financial performance, and attractive returns to shareholders. Being a listed company, we need to deliver to our shareholders both sustainability KPIs, but attractive returns and dividends and all that. Now, in conclusion, it's very important for an industry like us, and I believe for most of the industries, in my opinion, to have a long-term perspective in order to achieve the transformation that we need to a low and zero carbon future, but also to deliver returns to shareholders long-term. And the role of leadership, coming back to that, it's essential. It's essential to inspire the people and to drive the people to achieve a sustainable future.
Alina, thank you very much. Very concrete, very insightful, and you know, I can say actually the same about all our panelists. Thank you so much for your time and for providing, you know, very briefly. I mean, I'm sure we could have talked for another couple of hours. Very brief oversight of your experience and of your approach. I know some of you also mentioned risks and potential downturns that we are facing, but I think we can look quite optimistically at the future, because the issues are being addressed. We are looking at the problems, and let's hope, you know, we'll see improvements and more concrete action far closer than in the next 10 years, when we took this commitment, you know. So thank you very much, and looking forward to the second panel as well.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you to our distinguished panelists for their contribution. I will now make the transition to the second panel, which deals with a concept which we have addressed so many times in our discussion, is about ESG stewardship, I will invite my colleague Gabriela to invite on her turn the panelists. I would like to tell a few words about Gabriela, although she's again very well known on our professional market. Gabriela is the Dean of Envisia Business School and also the COO of this organization. She is acting as the chair of academic committee of the International Association for Sustainable Economy. And also she is the president of the Banking Commission within International Chamber of Commerce as part of Romanian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. She is a member of many professional associations. I will name a few: Chartered Institute for Security and Investments, Association for Romanian Financial and Banking Analysts, and Independent Administrators. So, Gabriela, we were on time with panel 2. Now I switch to you. I give you the floor to welcome the panelists for the second panel. Thank you, Gabi.
Thank you very much, Adriana, and thank you to the previous panelists for the interesting insights. Before starting our panel, I would like to quote Hendrik Van Loon Smith Jr., who is an American banker, author, and educator, and who says, "Now more than ever, the world needs transformational leaders, not to cultivate change for its own sake, but to lead through the inevitable evolutions in business and human society." And now it is my honor to moderate high-caliber experts who represent top financial groups in Romania, Banca Transilvania and BRD Group, Societe Generale, as well as important professional organizations with major impact at the industry level, Romanian Investor Relations Association and Integrity Forum from Cyprus. We will start our panel with a general question addressed to all panelists, and I kindly ask them, before answering to my question, to present themselves. And question to start our panel is, why ESG is climbing the boardroom agenda? Is ESG a buzzword or a real concern for boards? And I kindly ask, let's say, the panelists to respond, and I suggest to ask Luminița to start.
Thank you for having me here. I'm Luminița Aruncan. I am heading the risk area in Banca Transilvania, which currently is the biggest bank in Romania. We are a local bank, and from that perspective, I think that we are proud of having a very good knowledge of the Romanian market. And trying to answer your first question, I would say that in this very complex and diverse world, both aspects should be taken into account. I would like to refer first to ESG being a real concern for boards. I think that ESG should be a real concern for all people on the planet, and that's why we are talking about it. I don't know whether the audience know, but I have learned that this term ESG was first coined in 2005 in a landmark study entitled "Who Cares Wins." And it was a result of an invitation that former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan invited 50 CEOs of major financial institutions to participate in a joint initiative under the auspices of the UN Global Compact at that time. For a long period of time, the velocity with which this concept was developing in the market was very, very slow. But after 2018, it seems that we have very much improved the the speed with which we are moving. For instance, the Financial Times reported that in a 13 years period, starting with May 2005, ESG was mentioned in fewer than 1% of earning calls in the world, while between 2018 and 2021, this term was used in a fifth of the earning calls. From that perspective, I think that the real concern became a buzzword because the noise it creates, the velocity with which we are moving, and more than that, and this comes back to what your previous stakeholder were mentioning, the numerous stakeholders around this topic. And from that perspective, I think that the boards in their capacity at whatever type of company cannot afford to go wrong.
Thank you, Luminița. I pass the floor and the invitation to Flavia. Please, Flavia.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to listen you, and it's enriching. I'm very happy to be in this afternoon here. Gabi, answering to a question, but first of all, I should introduce myself. I'm General Secretary of BRD, part of Group Societe Generale, an important player in the financial industry in Europe. I'm also part of the board of French Chamber of Commerce in Romania, and I'm also a part of an organization dear to me, Fundația Nouă, which is an important player, I would say, in Romania for creating value for young generation of creators. And it is a link of what we'll say afterwards with this foundation. Of course, in my capacity of General Secretary, I'm in charge of corporate governance of BRD. I'm also taking care of public affairs and sustainability department, and of course, communication and sponsorship that has an important role in relation with the community and our society. So this being said, in this role, I'm really involved in the life of the company. I have to mention that BRD is a listed company, and this is also an important mention because it was said before that after all, sustainability, it is something related to governance, it is something related to transparency, it is something related to report, it is something related to a lot of aspects. This is why I would say for us in BRD, it's an exercise that has started long ago. And this is why I would dare to say we are front runners in this change that in this challenge that represent the digital transformation and the green transformation in this world. In fact, I would say it's challenging for all of us because I like to say we are speaking about a holy triad for us, the companies. Profitability is one word we have to follow. Sustainability is another word that is really in the mind of all of us today. And resilience is also another word that is following these days, all of us. And we have to handle and manage all these three in order to go on. And answering to your question more specifically, Gabi, I was reading recently a World Economic Forum report. It's a survey, in fact. It's Global Risk Report 2023. And in the conclusion, in brief, is that in the next 2 years, we are exposed to different risks but top 5 are following: cost of living, natural disaster, and extreme events of weather, geoeconomic confrontations, failure to mitigate climate change, and erosion of social cohesion. This is in the next 2 years. But answering again to your question, based on the survey of the World Economic Forum, in the next 10 years, this ranking is changing, and our priority is considered to become exactly this topic of climate change, because apparently the main risk is failure to mitigate climate change. The second risk is failure of climate change rules adaptation. After that is natural disaster, because it's a link, and we will face apparently a biodiversity loss and the ecosystem collapse that will also involve a sort of large-scale immigration. So these are some risks that are strongly related to sustainability. This is why, as Mrs. Runcan said, it's not about boards that should have a buzz of this sustainability matter. It's a matter of all our stakeholders to take care and invest and be focused on this topic, sustainability, these days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flavia. So it is clear that ESG is part of the organizational strategy, and it will be part of our community, not only our all the organizations. And now I will kindly ask Mario to say something about this question from his professional perspective.
Thank you, Gabriela, and I hope all of your participants enjoyed today's event, which seems to be quite interesting, touching on very interesting corporate matters like ESG. I'm participating today in my capacity as chairman of the Cyprus Integrity Forum, which is the largest non-governmental organization for promoting transparency and combating corruption in Cyprus. My profession is I'm the Chief Compliance and Corporate Governance Officer of Bank of Cyprus, which is the largest banking institution in Cyprus. And I'm also a member of the advisory board of the International Compliance Association in the UK. So coming to your question, indeed, the ESG is the corporate topic of the day, if I could say it. And it seems like every other day over the last few years, we hear someone talking about ESG. ESG is, if we define it so that all of our participants understand it in full, it is a three-tiered dimensional objective: the environmental, the economic, and the social dimension, which aim in a single societal goal, which is that of sustainability. The interconnection of these three different principles or spheres is a related set of concepts which can form a solid ground from which major decisions and actions can actually be made. Such examples of decisions are, for example, the land use planning, surface water management, building design and construction, and even lawmaking for the stabilization, especially of climatic changes. And the characteristic that segregates this goal, meaning the ESG and the sustainability goal, from any other, is that it aims in meeting the needs of the present generation without limiting the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. So when the concepts contained in these three spheres of sustainability are applied to the real world, then everybody wins at the end of the day. Natural resources are preserved, the environment is protected, the economy isn't harmed, and most importantly, the quality of life of our people is improved and maintained at a good level. I believe this is something as an introduction to this topic, and we can discuss it further on.
Okay, thank you, Mario. Yeah, it is clear and true that ESG is part of our lives now, professional and private as individuals. And I'm very happy that Envisia is here because we provide education and we prepare professional for current and future challenges as regards ESG and as regards specialists who will consult the board members and advise the boards how the trends and how the implementation should go. And now I would like to move further, and I would kindly ask Luminița to tell us in the same line of our previous discussion, what is the role of a good ESG strategy and what are the tools you find to make it effective?
I think that ESG strategy represents the best tool for the supervisory board to prove proper engagement and committing. I think it's a great signal to investors, being them shareholders or bondholders, but is also a wonderful tool to monitor implementation and milestones during the way. It also represents, in our opinion, a point of reference for the fiduciary duties to which the board is bound to. However, legal duties may not be enough to ensure compliance. Considering the carrot-stick argument, we also encourage linking short and long-term remuneration packages to ESG targets. We think that reputational and remuneration incentives work best for proper engagement and commitment for the boards.
Thank you very much, Luminița. We will have some conclusions at the end. I would like to ask to stay in the financial sector industry and to ask Flavia. Although financial health is paramount for the future of the company, neither company exists in isolation, but is part of a community. How do you make sure you are available part of the community, apart from your relationship with customers, stakeholders, and suppliers?
Thank you for the question, Gabi. I would like to start, first of all, just explaining a little bit our ambition in terms of ESG based on the strategy at the level of Société Générale Group. We are working on 4 ESG pillars defined by the group and implemented all over. One, it's environmental transition. The second one is positive local impact. The third one is culture of responsibility. And the last one is responsible employer. Speaking of environmental transition and the positive local impact, I would just want to mention BRD ambition is to be ranked among the top Romanian sustainable finance banks by 2025. We settled a target for 2025, but it's already overpassed, I would say. So we are in the process to revise this target and to get out with a new figure. So it's amazing, I would say. And this is not about the results of the bank, but it's the appetite of the country related to sustainable finance. I would say I would just remind the fact that BRD was the first bank in Romania market to structure a green bond, a sustainability-linked bond, and a green loan in accordance with green loan principles. So this is our role as a banker to finance, but of course ESG transformation, as I said, means different other pillars, of course, we are taking care to expand the range of our ESG products and services. We are doing right now, we are developing our capacity to identify and measure the impacts and the risk and the reports, because as it was previously said here, the regulation is tough, and the banks are up to me are in forefront of this exercise, and they would trigger the rest. Also, we are supporting, as I said, the cultural change within the organization. And I'm coming back to your question. Of course, we are an important, and we have to be an important actor in communities. It's our role to give something to the community, especially when I'm speaking about all the risks that are around us. And our philosophy here is that we have to contribute, in fact, to the economy of the country, being a leader in supporting important aspects: culture, education, environmental projects in Romania. And for this, with dedication, we are each and every year building on these pillars, because we are considering crucial, tremendous, that Romania has to have educated people, that the culture is the engine that is developing that is helping to transform us, to adapt us, to help everybody to be in this process long described before, to adapt to the great risks and challenges that we are facing. So I will just mention as examples. We have launched in Romania through Fundația Nouă. This is why I mentioned before. Some important initiative. We have launched the platform Scena Nouă, that is one of the most pristine cultural platforms, journalist cultural platforms in Romania. And also a marketplace for young creatives to have a voice, to inspire the others and among themselves. This is something we are really proud of, and I just wanted to mention it. Of course, there are different other aspects related to how we are part of the communities. I would just mention, related to this topic, that we are I would say the initiator of an important event in Romania. Last year, it was the first year we put it in place, Climate Change Summit. Another event that is aiming to be the most important one, with the purpose exactly to gather around, on one hand, professors, teachers, great minds in sustainability, but also companies and authorities, with the purpose that together we are putting question, we are finding solution, and after that we are trying to put in practice. So this is in big line that I would like to really quickly to emphasize what we are doing in communities those days. Thank you.
Thank you, Flavia. So we are seeing now not only the focus on profits, but a major focus of the organization of their impact in the communities and in the society. So I would like to move forward to Mario and to ask him if he considers as adequate the content and overall framework of ESG strategy as applied today across the business world, and if not, what needs to be done. Please, Mario.
Thank you, Gabriela. Well, I mean, the basic challenge in elevating ESG and sustainability as a core strategic goal in any organization is actually whether we consider the real quality of life as a major goal and concern of every single individual. And this is the critical success factor of any ESG strategy. That is whether it will eventually lead to the desired sustainability, or whether it will remain as another ticking of the box process, which is unfortunately the majority of the views and perception in our days, given the fact that primarily the ESG concept and the sustainability concept is quite new. In order for corporations to realize the real value of sustainability, is that they need to appreciate some basic facts of life. And these basic facts of life is that in a poor economy, people experience a poor quality of life. And the same also holds true for a poor environment. In a poor environment, the impacts of quality on quality of life, they're not always easily observable. However, it doesn't take a trained individual to see how things such as polluted stormwater runoff or overdevelopment of floodplains, or even the poor management of our scarce resources can have an effect on our everyday quality of life. There needs to be clear and ongoing building of awareness for corporations to reach that level of understanding and above all embed the right culture. And to achieve that, the credentials and attributes of resources need to change. The performance evaluation schemes, for example, in organizations also need to be revised drastically, and the content of our public reporting needs to focus more on societal and environmental achievements and contributions rather than the achievements of crude financial indicators. I mean, consider today's life and today's pragmatics. Which organization that embeds an ESG strategy and follows an ESG strategy has changed the performance evaluation indicators of its employees? Don't they still apply and implement certain KPIs of reaching certain levels of turnovers or certain levels of profitability? Yes, they still do that. And at the same time, these organizations, they are trying to pursue an ESG strategy. Well, the two don't match together unless there's a breach, and this breach can only be applied if at the same time we start introducing these kind of more softer performance evaluation schemes, having KPIs of reaching, let's say, net zero emissions or carbon-free, let's say, products reaching a certain threshold. For example, we can have a KPI of a minimum threshold of 70%, let's say, or 80% of our products to be green compliant. But this, we don't see it happening a lot today. And above all, we need to realize that the cornerstone for the successful implementation of any such changes is just one, and this is the embedding of ethics and business integrity within the corporate culture of the organization. Once the organization thinks and operates with integrity and transparency, then we can get the sense of feeling responsible rather than feeling obliged, like it happens to all other kind of compliance and regulatory obligations, to adhere to the relevant ESG strategy, and eventually sustainability will be achieved. We should never forget that the sustainability, this single societal goal stemming from ESG, it is a political choice. It is not a technical jigsaw. And it's not a question whether we can be sustainable, but rather it's a question of whether we choose to be sustainable. And that choice, if we have such a choice, depends on our own values and principles. So this is the critical success factor we need to consider in order to ensure that we indeed have an effective, sustainable strategy or not.
Thank you, Mario. It seems that indeed business strategies should be, let's say, adjusted in order to be aligned to the ESG challenges and values such as integrity, ethics, transparency to be in the front four of the businesses.
Actually, Gabby, just a small comment, is not the other peripheral strategies that need to be adjusted, but rather the everyday operational indicators and frameworks that need to be aligned and change drastically if we want to align and actually achieve the ESG goals and targets that we set.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you. We move forward because Daniela is joining us, and I would like to ask her a question on her expertise and representing the Association of Investor Relations. How did the emergence of ESG change the internal structures of major companies in Romania? And if being a listed or not listing a listed company makes a difference? And before answering, Daniela, please say some words about you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation, first of all. So I'm in the capital markets since more than 17 years, and I've been managing the Investor Relations Association in the past 5 years. I set up this with the intention to promote corporate governance principles and also transparency as creating value added for shareholders. At this moment, ARIR has almost 40 members, major listed companies. Some of them are also present in the Today conference, Banca Transilvania and BRD, which joined in the past years. From our point of view, I would say that, listen to what Mario said earlier. Of course, that would be an ideal world. The reality shows that investors were forced, and I mean here institutional investors were forced to report their investments through ESG lenses. This is why companies started to work on that. Making it briefly, if you were not ESG compliant and you were not having data, then some investors could not invest in you at all, and probably this will happen with banking finance soon. In terms of listed companies, in a couple of years, the mandatory non-financial reporting will be in place. And this will follow, and our latest discussions in the European issuers, it's a European Companies Association of listed companies, is that in 2029, most probably non-listed SMEs will also report according to some standards. So this is imposed by law. When speaking about adjustments in the company, it's not only one person or one department that is handling ESG, but rather the whole management team that embrace that is trained. And then this information has to be, let's say, transposed until the final personnel, because the data should be gathered, some processes should be in place, and of course reporting was put as a first step, but setting objectives in the ESG framework and also having a strategy in the ESG is also very, very important. So from this point of view, Romanian listed companies chose 2 ways. First way was to work with external consultants, which was of course easier to do. Other was to train their personnel and to appoint some internal people responsible, creating departments. In any case, some external advice was needed. One was the education part, which also Evisia promoted, and the other one is just working with the external consultants. Of course, it means some extra costs and extra resources for the companies for a greater good, because we are talking about climate change, we are talking about responsibility. And my final remarks would be related to investors and investors' expectations. Of course, imposed by law, but in the end, all are embracing this, that we are all looking on ESG as a reality with more and more sophisticated expertise in place, both in listed companies as in the investors' teams. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. So it seems that not listed company, if they want to be, let's say, to have a good image on the investor and on the financial to the financial institution, they need to apply best practices from the listed companies in order to get access to the capital, to get access to the shareholders, to be well known on the market, and to be seen by the investors and by the finance sector. I'd like to, because we are all focused on financial services sector here, not only in banking, but also in the financial services industry, and you came and exposed good practices from your organizations. I'd like to ask Luminița, how far can we stretch the role of a bank as ESG steward?
If I'm allowed to categorize this question as being a tricky one, I will do it. And I found it tricky because there is so much debate on these topics lately. But banks right now have found themselves in a very interesting role. We are intermediaries for sustainable finance, but we also engage in ESG screening for our customers. This for sure increased the cost of doing business for banks, which of course is going to be reflected in the cost of loans to the customers, but also raises questions on how much can a bank interfere in the sustainable governance of the companies with which it finances. Our opinion right now is that for the time being, banks must offer guidance and support for a sustainable journey for our clients, while avoiding any invasive, I would say, attempts to change the governance of companies. We may constitute an example for our partners, for our clients, but it's not our intention to let's say, to readjust the strategy of the companies with which we are working. These issues are still only for the shareholders of the companies and not for the creditors to tackle. That's our approach right now. Nevertheless, as I already mentioned, I strongly believe that banks should be in the forefront of the engagement in the ESG, being examples for partners and for clients in complying with the demands, with the request of the regulatory legal framework. That would be in a nutshell what we think of our roles right now.
Thank you very much. It seems that banking sector and banks are, let's say, playing more and more as advisors for their clients in order to help them to implement the best practices and to be aligned with what the regulations are requiring. And now I'd like, in the same line of questions, I'd like to go further to Flavia and to ask her if there are there any instruments you are using to make sure that your internal objectives are in line with what external stakeholders expect from your organization?
First of all, yes, thank you. First of all, we have to know what the external stakeholders expect from us, and this is why it's important to organize different ways of communication with them. As a listed bank, of course, speaking of our shareholders, it's obvious that we are organizing different ways to get to our shareholders, explain what we are doing, but also we are open to their suggestions. And speaking of this year, for example, we have organized our first digital general assembly, enabling as many as possible shareholders to be present and to interact and to give their opinions. Of course, there are meetings with investors, another important stakeholder, and we are all the time open to their suggestions. But more focused, I would mention also another tool that is used by us and probably by all, not probably, for sure, by all companies that are preparing a sustainability report. That is drafted on the GRI standards. This is why we have organized an analysis process, an impact analysis process, enabled to consult with our all stakeholders and find out what are their interests, what are their needs, and trying to find out how they envisage our role in order to address these needs. And based on this survey, we have identified different opinions and ideas that we incorporated in our strategy, and now it's our turn to go back to our stakeholders and inform where we are with their expectation and continue monitoring these targets. This is another practical example tool of.
It seems that we lost Flavia. Until Flavia is connecting again with us, I'd like to ask Daniela. Daniela, are you still with us? Daniela Sherban. Okay, so
yes.
Okay, Daniela, I would like to ask you, moving from the institutional investor to individual investors, how important is ESG for these individuals?
At this moment, individual investors just follow what companies do. They were not leaders in this area. For them, it's not really crucial at this moment. And as far as we all know, the CO2 and the carbon footprint of individuals is much higher than of the companies. But nevertheless, institutional investors, of course, care more. In the end, it's about all of us. So I would say that the difference comes from the community that they can create. Because individual investors, they don't have a strong voice, each of them. But institutional investors, of course, have an institutional role, have gathered in associations, so they have managed to impose more their feedback. And we know those alliances of many institutional investors towards a greener way of doing investment. But retail investors, they accept it, and they started embracing that and learning about that, because it's also something new. The way that we look at the listed companies, taking in consideration not only financial and not only financial information, but also non-financial information is starting to be different. And always we look at the institutional investors at the way they look at companies, what matters. Intangibles always mattered, reputation, brand, what you promised to investors, this kind of things always matters. But now we also look at the water consumed, energy, and let's say impact in the society.
Thank you, Daniela. It seems that in the end, all type of investors and stakeholders will run to education to be, let's say, aligned with the evolution and with the news required by regulation, and all of us have the responsibility, social responsibility and moral responsibility to contribute to the education and to educate people, even if they are individuals or even if they are institutional players. And Envisia will have an impact at the boardroom, let's say, as regard specialized education. I'd like to end our panel with the request to you to say some words in the end as a conclusion and as a recommendation for our audience. So, Luminica?
I would encourage all the participants to stay close to the topic and try to understand what's behind this very nice ESG name that we are using. And beside of trying to implement these concepts in their organization, I strongly advise them to do whatever they can in their capacity as human beings to do every day a very small step towards this sustainability concept, because if all of us are doing very small steps, for sure we will reach the final goal, which is a very nice one, but a very broad and important one. Thank you.
Thank you, Luminica. Flavia?
Thank you, and sorry again, I just faced a technical problem and for the previous intervention. In my opinion, complementary of what is already said, I would just say for the Romania, we have to stay close, all of us, private companies and especially the companies that are more advanced in this exercise, because we have to be aligned, all of us, in the way we are implementing, in the way we are finding together solution, in the way our information can be comparable, because this is something that will help each and every of the stakeholders in order to invest, in order to support each other. It also, I invite to transparency, because at the end of the day, the G from ESG is about important rules of corporate governance and transparency. I will also invite authorities to be next to each of us, banks, other types of companies from other industries, also individuals. It's an exercise that we have to be done by all of us, and it's not a game. It's something that really concerns all of us and the generation that it's coming. So I just hope that together, even with this kind of events, we are a step forward in order to achieve our targets, because willingness, I think it's it's all around us, but we need real, material, and clear movements that should be done by each and every of us. So I hope we'll join to another meetings next time in order to present our achievements, in order to present solution and inspire one to each other. Because again, as I said, it's something that should gather us, not put us apart. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Flavia. Daniela?
Well, Flavia said it so nicely. I cannot add much. I would say just that ESG is here to stay, and we cannot ignore it anymore. It's a hard word, but nevertheless, it will be more and more in our lives. And yeah, the power of the community is very important. So we are here as a community, and we are definitely sharing the same values, and we'll put together our efforts to get this through. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Mario?
Well, a few closing remarks from my side would be that we are all gathered today here to talk about this new fruit, ESG. We gathered together to talk about where we want to go with this new fruit in our plate. And we said what we aspire by putting certain conditions and ticking those boxes. However, I would like to once more emphasize that unless we see our ESG responsibilities as a real responsibilities and not as obligations, what we discuss here today as future goals, these future goals of a better environment and a cleaner climate and a more kind of economic prosperity rather than economic profitability, this will never be achieved. Therefore, we need to embed in our own lives and in our corporate cultures, actually starting from our own homes, the aspect of integrity. If we act and behave with integrity and in our businesses and in our organizations, then eventually sustainability will be a reality. But if we do not, unfortunately, and in the years to come, we shall having such conferences and such gatherings to talk about what we aspire to achieve and end up adding more controls and more boxes to tick in an attempt to attain sustainability. But it will just be an onerous task, and this target will never be achieved. Therefore, let's start with the inner qualities of our lives, embedding business integrity and ethics and in our businesses and organizations, and this will just come very, very easily, this task. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. And I would like to also add that both S and G from ESG have a strong correlation with leadership. This is why we will continue to have an eye on ESG stewardship and leadership, sustainable leadership on the Envisia agenda. And now it's time to give the floor to my colleagues, Adriana and Andrea, to draw the conclusion for all the event.
Thank you, Gabriela, and thank you to all the participants and contributors from your panel. Indeed, we exceeded a little bit the time allocated, but that happened because there were many things discussed and many topics approached. As we went along the panels, I wrote down some remarks, some conclusions, which I would like to share with you now. And these are the following. First of all, sustainability is now embedded in government actions. The OECD accession is a key current endeavor. There are international organizations offering support for ESG gap identification and offering even instruments to overcome these gaps. I like the idea that ESG includes indeed 3 components, but all of them needs to be looked after in perfect interconnectivity, not separate. Looking retrospectively, but in the same time prospectively, ESG is in the heart of governance failure. However, ESG is also the solution from departing, from leaving away the governance failure. I like very much this idea. We should reflect all as a group to overcome the fear to scrutinize compliance. Otherwise, we may end up in doing harm rather than good. So that I found a matter of reflection for all of us. There is a notable disconnect of small and medium enterprises, disconnect from financial markets, particularly regarding on what they need to bring us effort. There is this trap of greenwashing, which constitute indeed a real danger, a real risk. But as the market will grow, will become more mature, the risk will be mitigated. We spoke about concept of integrated governance, meaning that we cannot speak about governance at board level only, but throughout the organization and at the level of each individual. Lack of such integrated governance means that the whole system will fail. And toward this purpose, we all need some guidance, because in order to respond to the numerous issues appeared, actually we need to move in a collective way, not separate. In this context, education will be instrumental at all levels, at regulators, big organizations, SMEs, employees, board level. But however, the education alone will not be sufficient, will not be enough. It is the stewardship needed to come in and complete the picture in order to ensure the alignment of various interests from stakeholders. This is a reality. In this context, again, boards will have a tremendous roles and responsibilities in recalibrating those interests for the greater good, and particularly the chair of the board. Therefore, professionalizing the role of the board director, which is also Envisia's endeavor today, become increasingly important and the only way to ensure a quality board practice and directorship. These are my notes, which I wrote down throughout the event. I know Andrea captured potentially some other good topics. So I thank you all, and I would like to invite Andrea to complete my conclusions.
Adriana, it's so complete that, I would not dare imagine that I can further complete it. Just maybe to draw a summary and maybe a call to action, and just to pick some of the key points that I'm taking from this conference. And again, thanks to all our speakers for the passionate conversations, the practical actions that you have implemented. Thanks, Envisia, for co-organizing this event together. Definitely, what I took is that it's still early days. So we are seeing action on all sides, corporations, regulators. And we have been talking about CSR about, some 20 years, I would say. But there is still a disconnect between this ambition and discussion that regulators put out there and the capacity of the markets to offer those informations or that reporting. So for a while, we have to kind of assume that in parallel, we will have real action as well as some greenwashing, because we will need to be educated. And this is why we are here, to encourage people to use the resources of Envisia, resources of ACCA, not least such events like this conference, to use them to further inform themselves. But in the end, you know, after we do the education and the discussion, I think we should work at having the application bit at 80%, like Professor Cacabațea was saying, and not the conversation of strategy setting at 80%, but at 20%. As he was saying, it's best practice. And it should be about everybody, from board to management level, at a very practical level. So I really love the recommendation I heard on this panel, actually, on this latest panel. Why not having employees' annual performance goals reflecting sustainability goals? So not just, you know, financial, sales, traditional ones. And also the fact that regulation should not be tick box exercise. And I think this goes to everything that we do in our lives as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure having you here with us this evening. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you took both the, you know, potential risks, and together we can mitigate them, the learnings, the inspiration as well, and have a very, very good evening. And we hope to see you again with even better news in the near future. Thank you.
Good evening to all. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.